Peace out, bitches.
Okay, so I actually have a question for you guys.
I'm gonna go slay me a dummy mummy dopey.
Have you ever gambled on a fart and lost? Like fully committed and then really bit it bad?
Yep.
Like, are you talking like
Have you ever shit your
let a little
pants?
out, or you're just like
Not complete like
everywhere?
Like obviously not fill up your underwear, but like have you ever greased your cheeks and then been like, oh.
Yep.
Yes. There have been multiple times where it's come out a little too wet, and I went.
I've had the pachinga platter over at your place. That's
Yeah. Dude, those fucking
those wings.
yeah, those wings are fucked up. They're so
Everyone gets
good.
two for a reason, because if you have more than that,
Yeah.
you're just greased up.
Yep, that's it. Yeah, it's really
You
exciting.
aren't getting off the can.
So the reason why I bring that up, I gotta go. No, the reason why I bring that up is, as you guys can see on this here screen, if you look at your Foundry,
Yeah, it's different.
this is a thing that I'm gonna ask you guys about. Hold on, don't get ahead of me now. Before we get to the fun interactive part of this, I do have one slightly uncomfortable thing to talk about. Passive aggressive shit talking is starting to become a reoccurring issue. Like, so-and-so is really dumb. Let's kill them and their character. Let's kill them since their character can't respond. Or, man, I hate that person. They're being a real asshole, even though we're all sitting here and they're listening to me say that. It's really dragging the interactions that we have down with each other in game. It's kind of been happening since like the beginning of the campaign. Short answer, fucking stop. I'm gonna start pushing back on anyone who can't handle the not so subtle, like keeping the not so subtle snipes at each other from behind the "you're not here, so you can't hear me or respond" defense. You know what I mean? The weakest defense in the game. If you're so in character that you feel like you have to do this, change your character how they operate, or like leave the table, because it's starting to really like detract not just from myself but from the other people who play this game regularly together that don't participate in this. So I've been told it's obnoxious, and all it serves to do is have passive aggressive threats of ruining fun being lobbed around the table back and forth, and I'm over it. So I know that we are all relatively immature. Case in point, exactly what I'm talking about. You good there, Josh? You paying attention?
just
You
talk
focusing
about
up? You want
No,
your
I'm paying
Adderall?
attention. I'm just also
So-
looking.
Talk
I'm
about
just,
dummies.
sorry, Guardian. I'm just thinking about.
The
Lady
biggest
D.
point about it is that it's not just getting under my skin. If it was just getting under my skin, that would totally be like one thing. But now I've had of the other two people who don't do that, 3 if you include the one who's pregnant, I've had other people like tell me that it's starting to kind of like detract. So, questions about that?
No. Like we're all just trying to have fun. I think having some competition, but like in that sort of light, like kick your ass, that's fine. But I mean, I get where I completely understand how Fayte is like, this guy's crazy. I don't trust him. This is not a safe situation. But there is that sort of like, what is that called? Not player agency, but the like kind of session 1 or session 0. Like you're like, okay, we gotta go do the thing to meet each other at the tavern. Whatever that's
Sure.
called. So I think that like we gotta have a little bit of that when we meet a crazy, potentially like foil. You know what I mean? Like he's not a foil, but it would if this was a one shot, it would make more sense to treat him like that. But yeah, I mean, we're all just trying to fucking blow off steam and do something that we like with our friends. So I don't want either one of you guys to like take it too hard or take it too seriously. But I mean, like Rabe is is crazy in his own way, but he's not actually going to kill your character. Is basically what I'm trying to say. So, I don't know.
As well, I mean, the threats of in-game killing character is like, come on. I get it. There's a certain amount of roleplay that can happen from it, but also it's not necessarily like a fun back and forth banter at this point. It's just watching two actual people get actually irritated by someone else kind of doing this weird like tug of war about whose character is edgier, whose character is more important than who between the two. And it happened before, and then it happened again, and now it's happening again, and it kind of like starts to encompass like a whole thing. So, anything else?
I mean, yeah, I rewatched last session. I was more than standoffish at the best points and dickish at the worst, and I'm sorry about that. Like, I completely take fault with that. I also rewatched, just to get more context, the episode where Rabe was introduced, and yeah, he was standoffish when he was introduced too, which is probably not the best way to behave as a new party member. So I do apologize. I am not going to sing a song, so don't ask me to pull ukulele out of my ass.
Which, I mean, to a certain extent, right? You want to be able to play like the I don't know what's going on. I didn't know what's been happening for the last however many sessions. I'm a new person. I get it. 100%. But if there is one point where we can fucking metagame this, it's like, oh, hey guys, it's me, a total complete stranger. Oh, hey, complete stranger. We
How you
should do this thing together because we know we're gonna.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Something about that guy over there. You know, we might butt heads, but he ain't bad when whatever I don't know, whatever has to happen for the justification of that, but it started to take over, and it's getting just kind of annoying. I would rather us just fucking squash it, kill it.
Burger.
I don't want to see it anymore. Kyle, you have any thoughts,
Agreed.
concerns, questions?
Yeah, I'll do whatever you want.
Cool. Well,
Take
so
your pants off.
barring any further discussion about any possible sympathy or empathy of any other perspective that could possibly be, the only other thing that I wanted to ask is, what type of game do we think this is? Now, on the screen, you will see, in fact, that we have this super sweet, nifty little deal that we've got going on here, right? One of the things about this super sweet, nifty little deal that we've got going on here is, we have a graph. Now, on one side, on the left side, is a sandbox type game. On the right side, which is the opposite, would be a more narrative type game. I saw this at the beginning of last week, and the question posed was, what do your players know what type of a game they're in? And then they proceeded to explain the kind of like gradient that could be. And then obviously one that focuses on role play, and then one that focuses on more of a tactical blah 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 blah. I want you guys to place your little tokens there into about where you think our game fits on this spectrum.
Where if it's currently or like overall, what do we think of the campaign?
Not necessarily even what you think of the campaign. What do you think the type of game we're playing here? You know what I mean? Because I think that we can kind of extrapolate what you guys might think is being expected of you guys in this game and what you guys are expecting in this game. It can be a bit of a learning for both of us, or for all of us. you guys can placing your tokenies there. The other thing about this is whether it's a good or a bad thing, I want you guys to be able to talk to me about, or both. I personally want to focus on the more negative aspects of why we're here, whether or not you personally think that this is compatible with yourself, what you think is ideal. Now, obviously, we're not going to all have the same exact ideal situation or scenario, but it's mostly in an effort to understand what we're looking to play, as well as what we thought this would be kind of when it started, like where we thought that this, what kind of a campaign we all thought this would be, and then whether or not it's kind of been conducive. So, well, let's fucking start with one of them. Start with fucking one of yous. Calamar.
So I'd actually like to switch it up a little bit. Destroy your system of analysis. So I'd like to, because I feel like it's in between two different that are like, so when it is into a more of a tact, like anytime we do combat, super tactful. Like there's things that can that we see that are on the map that we can utilize, or so I think it's very tactful when we do end up doing combat, and that could be like every other session, every every so often. So if I were to take tactical and sandbox, I would say this is probably more tactical than sandbox, but I can't really like split it with.
You're trying to put those two things on the opposite sides of a spectrum.
I mean, so.
Oh,
I'm going to be so gradient to the middle that it wouldn't really make sense for like how, like if I were to be here, it's like now I'm not saying that it's narrative at all. You know what I mean?
No, so not necessarily. Because typically what you get is this is either going to be a sandbox campaign or it's going to be a linear on rails campaign, right? Where there is just the storyline, and my job is to try to keep you guys within the plot of the storyline.
Right.
Versus the sandbox is, here's this outline. If you want to Skyrim take a left instead of a right, we'll find out what happens. And
that's what I feel like it's more of, because we've had a job and we've done something else and we've thought, hey, should we do this other thing? Maybe. Oh, we did sort of something different with the fucking demon, the Balgura, or not Balgura, the pit fiend. Like that could be another thing we chase after, go fix that. So I feel like it is more of a, I saw someone walk in, the door shut. That freaked me out. Ooh.
Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to go in your room, Dan.
Ghosts. So
God, it's me.
Man, I almost want to put this into like a point system, like point by. I'm loving the pacing, and I'm loving the when we do end up rolling fucking bad encounters, you know what I mean? Like I like that sort of stress. I don't feel like it's very railroady. Like there's times when it's railroady, like when we've got to meet new player characters, or like I wasn't expecting Rabe to be the potion maker. That was a good twist to like get us to get to him. The role play thing, I think that we are like getting, like I'm still getting comfortable with figuring out Calamar, because again, like I don't really have this ornate backstory. I'm just kind of whatever I'm adding to the pile of shit. So, but the role play between me and Kyle, I feel like is genuine, where we're like trying to do something together. So that feels good to have that. And then like the world feels real with the few people that we have met, that they're like, we're trying to survive. You know what I mean? And then the demons, they're just like, give me your teeth,
Give me your teeth.
Yeah, I was thinking of that. Zach,
actually...
Maria. Never. I'll send you the link there. But yeah, I think I would probably put it here because it's, to me, it's narrative when it needs to be, but the sandbox is where the narration comes from when we move throughout the map and when we get to areas, and then like referring back to our legend lore that we have. So I'd probably say here.
Okay, so it trends more towards what you guys want to do rather than what is the story that we're all trying to talk here.
Yeah.
And then it looks, just to break this up a bit, it looks overall like roleplay is less valued than the tactical like aspect of everything.
Well, I mean,
across
that's
the
the confusing,
guys, right?
Well,
I'm
that's the
supposed to be
confusing
writing.
part.
I thought this was a graph of where we thought the campaign lied, not where we kind of preferred it would be.
Yeah, no, it is. It is. It's where
it
we
lies,
think
not
the
where
campaign
we.
is.
Okay.
Sorry, Kyle, what did you say?
I'm on the line. I just didn't know if you thought I was below the line.
Oh, I got you. You mean you're right on that this is the kind of a 50-50 mix of roleplay and tactical?
Yeah.
All right. And actually that's a good point. Let's go to Kyle real quick. So you actually trended on the other side, closer towards an actual like narrative.
It's no secret that I have very different standards for like when I DM and when I roleplay.
Right.
I would figure if you compare my campaign to yours, mine's a sandbox. Yours has sandbox qualities. I'm sure you'd be prepared to do whatever the fuck we wanted. But a lot of yours has been, kind of, and none of this is bad, because I think mine, which was more sandbox, got way more, wasn't as universally liked as yours. So I'm not saying that like not having a sandbox is bad. But I think yours is more narrative. I think yours is more like, okay, let's go here, let's do this. And in that area, you fleshed out that area.
Okay.
So I thought it was more narrative than sandbox.
All right. I got you, because there's where you guys go, there's more hooks to kind of keep you guys headed in the same trajectory.
Yeah, so even when you give us more stuff to do in the area, which makes it, I guess you could say, a sandbox, that is still progressing your story. Or like in mine, if you did that in this area, that's progressing an entirely different story. You know what I mean?
Kind of. Sure. Like the things that I've thrown in your guys' way, it sounds like, correct me if I'm wrong, it sounds like the things that I've thrown in your guys' way as far as like hooks for things, generally speaking, is still going to be an attempt to lasso you guys closer towards your end goal.
Like you said it best, like when we were like, what, like when I was like, I'm a mercenary doing a quest, like what the hell would I care about doing these other quests? Like that's not my job. But then you said, well, you get better items to do your job, and that makes sense. Okay. So that, we'll still, that being a different thing, it's still pushing us in our main story because we need better items to tackle our main story.
Gotcha. Right.
But so another thing is, I think different sessions measure differently on this.
Right. That's what I'm trying to get, like, at the average of where, like, if you across all of the ones that we've played so far, like, whereabouts roughly that we're landing. Obviously, there's outliers where there's ones where it's like, no, go into the Deadwoods. That's where the adventure is. Yeah, and I didn't stress so much that you guys could just turn around and go, well, let's actually go play Tavern Simulator 2023.
Yeah, it kind of seemed like, well, because our guys are basically just on, our job is to do this. That's very, stay the course. And that's kind of because we're doing a second campaign in a campaign world, right?
Right.
Like before, our other characters, they had more of a free box because they weren't being pushed for like this very certain thing.
The actionable quest wasn't that directed.
Yeah, like it was more like figure it out. Where this one's like, go here. This is where you need to find this dude.
Right.
So, and then what they've said with the roleplay tactical, like the fights are very tactical, in essence, because I just think being on this platform itself makes it tactical. You have added tactical elements to it, like with the whole brazier and shit.
Right. Being more mechanical, like
And I think as you
having
figure
mechanics.
out, and I think as you figure out more how to use the program, you'll probably add more tactical things you could do.
Okay. Yeah. I can appreciate
But
that. All right.
so it's kind of in the middle for me. That's That's why I'm writing it.
Yeah, I muted myself. I like it. All right. And what about you, Josh? Monsieur Rabe? Surprisingly, you feel that this is like much less of a role play.
I mean,
focus.
That's the thing is it's very hard to genuinely say that it's not roleplay intensive. There are a lot of like heavy, like I think we've had multiple sessions where it's just been pure roleplay and not tactical. But it seems like the more stuff you can do in combat, the better off you're going to be than if you're made for more of a roleplay sense. And that could just be me, because most of my characters are supposed to be roleplay intensive and this combat secondary. That's how I usually make my characters in the first place. There's a reason why trying to make boss fights for my Sunday game is a pain in the ass, because I'm going, oh, this character could do this, this, and this. And then I have to go, no. We don't need that. He's here for a session of fighting and then he's gone. And that's going to be it for him. Whereas with my characters, I try to go, I want to play this character and have fun out of the combat scene. But like, especially with the last, not since we got to the Deadwoods, but like the Deadwood kind of intensifies how often we get into combat. And it just seems like if you're putting out abilities, you are winning the fight. And then it comes to me, cool, I'm going to slash him. And I mean, yes, that's also because I was playing Tomoe when we got here. So the usual fighter paladin shtick. But it also seems like I just feel like it's better to have a tactical tuned character for this world with roleplay as a secondary instead of the way that I usually do characters. As for the sandbox narrative thing, you have given us clear goals. There's a reason why I'm close to the line of like, you've given us like, cool, you need to do this. To beat this guy, you need to get this potion so that you can save yourself against the breath. All of it's been clear cut. And then you've kind of gone, here's a map. Here's the tools. Here's how you can do this. Go about your business kind of thing. But like I said, I feel like especially in the more recent, and I mean, you warned us about this coming into the game of this is going to be a hard mode D&D game. So it's not like I was like, oh, cool, whatever. Yeah, Conan's gonna die in the first fight. But I don't think he did, but you know.
So that actually, I have a question about this. Like, I think personally, ideally for any given D&D campaign is that we want to be basically right in the middle, as close to center as possible. That way, I think everybody gets what everybody wants. If you have role play, if you have characters or players who value more role play than tactical, if you have a mix of characters who value more tactical than role play, to keep everybody not happy, everybody like sticking kind of to the middle of this crosshair, right? What sorts of things would you guys say could possibly be seen as challenges or dangers, like kind of equivalent to what you would be fighting in a role play sense? You know what I mean? Like, because the ultimate danger is character death, right? Obviously, your character wants to succeed and not to fail. And usually, typically, failure means death, right? Where are those dangers in a role play sense to be able to incorporate more of that to kind of push our line a little bit up, like toe the line up towards roleplay more.
You specifically towards me, or is this an open question?
It could be an open thing, but let's start with Kyle real quick.
I get what Josh is saying. Like with like I guess the whole roleplay thing, like kind of like the heist. Like when we did that one heist, like that was pretty much all roleplay and your skill set. What I don't really agree with is when he said, like I built towards that, so my character died, the first account. How you play a lot, Josh, is you're aggressive a lot. Like you can't really blame the DM when your character dies.
Yeah, no, I'm not going.
Like if I was your character,
This is your fault, and I hate you for killing my characters.
I would be doing half.
But I mean, also, like specifically with your.
Hang on.
Yeah.
Like even with my guy, like I use him defensively. Like I make my image go out because I don't want to fucking die. But I do what you're saying. And with the heist thing, like that's more like just all role play. So like someone like a rogue or something would be very good at because they got high up and all that shit. Which
those are tactical things, right? The abilities and skills.
Yeah. But also like just like we do get in a lot of role play stuff where like even Anthony's given us experience for being in a role play scenario because if we did bad on those, we would have got into a fight. So that's another reason why I was kind of rolling the line is because we have had plenty of instances where like it was role play. Like if we didn't role play our ass off, we would have either been in big trouble or had a big fight ahead of us. But I get with the fact that we haven't had a big role play scenario where it's like a heist or like getting into somewhere not being seen. We haven't had that urgency like where if we fail the role play, we'll die, or that there was a big planning session that depended on role play. Like we've just had little things here and there, which we don't know how bad they were. Anthony probably does, or we've just succeeded and avoided it.
Yep. There's been a couple of them.
But I think I could be wrong, but I think what you're saying is we haven't had those big things in a long time.
It's.
Like
I mean, it's also. I don't want to say shitty, and I don't want to say hypocritical because it's not hypocritical. But like looking at it as well, it's also kind of hypocritical that I'm also saying this after 2 sessions of literally just roleplay. There's been no combat in the last 2 sessions. Although it seems like it will come pretty close. There's been a few close encounters where it's like this might turn into combat, and I'm not ready for this shit. But more so, I guess what I'm saying is, it doesn't feel. I don't want to say fulfilling, but that's in the lexiconum. That's the closest thing that's coming to mind. The roleplay doesn't seem like it's. I don't want to say progressing either, but it doesn't feel like it's doing its purpose. Like. This is hard to put into.
Hey, I've tricked you into friendship. What are you talking about?
Well, so actually, I kind of want to poke on that just a little bit. I don't want to take up too much of our time because like our hours are very valuable to us. But when you say the big role play events, are you guys referring specifically to things where like your role play will negate you from having to roll a skill or an ability, like talking to somebody versus me saying roll me a charisma check, instead going off of just your own generalized like what you guys are saying and the responses that you naturally would get to that, versus actually because like the game mechanics are supposed to be there to bolster and to assist like your guys' role play, blah 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 blah, but when it comes to like actual roleplay events, actual roleplay scenarios where you guys are socially interacting with NPCs and other PCs, my question is where does that become fulfilling?
That's the hard thing though, is because I also know that my play style, especially after the years and after my campaign, like I know that my play style is wildly different than what most players want to come to the table for. I prefer to sit there, and I am the type of player, and I have been fine saying this, that will have more fun talking than pulling out sword, just because I don't like to be a violent kind of character. Like it, even trying to get myself up to play Paladin of Vengeance Tomoe was just like, cool, I can't because haha, rage boner and all of that, but
Right.
there's so far a persona goes before it's just a persona, and that's it.
It's a persona 5.
But like Rumble, not Royale. But I mean, like, more so when I say roleplay, I prefer stuff like my campaign where you don't need to roll. You can roll to accentuate how the situation comes out, but your role is not going to be the primary identifier of how this is going to solution. It's how you can get out of this with your words and your actions and your behaviors, and how you're like making yourself to the people around you. Whereas not a lot of games are like that. And even in, like I said, with my Sunday game, that is complete opposite of how I treated you guys in my campaign. And I am out of my element. I'm like, great. Here's more combat. Cool. You want to interrogate? Cool. I can do this part. But when it comes to combat, I'm just like, I have to have a list open over here, list open over here. It's very different than when I was like, all right, cool. You guys are doing this thing. You have 3 days. Role play. Action. And that's kind of the more game style I've. So yeah, that's probably why I.
Well, that's it's good. It's something. It's thought provoking. This is actually exactly the kind of discussion that I wanted to have. But Dan, you've been kind of quiet. I want to hear your thoughts on this, the development of this as well.
I mean, to touch back on the open world sandbox thing, I think when we decided to continue playing in this same universe, the unanimous mission was to go get Kaioken. And so like it dropped out of being a sandbox to go do a thing. And then like our breadcrumb was, you know, Black Veil, Arcane Eye, they give us a job to do the thing, and oh look, you got to go here first to go to hell, the blah blah blah. So I mean, like it's way less of a, it's no longer a sandbox game because of the unanimous decision that I think we all decided for. But I mean, like I feel like each area that we have chosen to go to in the expanse of Deadwood is vastly different from one another. And so like we are still in a sandbox. It's just a smaller pit, you know, it's not the whole world or the whole universe. But I mean, like I can get kind of overwhelmed with lore stuff and too many NPCs like Gilmore's Ruins, dude. Like that was like, all right, cool, there's gonna be like 3 people and no one else is gonna have a name, and then it's like 17 people have fucking names. I'm like, all right, fuck it, I'm done. Like
oh no, they all had names.
They all had names.
It's just we mostly just dealt with 3 of them.
How they got there.
Yeah, and I'm like, all right, well, this is too much for me.
What are all these real people doing here?
Yeah.
Oh god.
So like I'm less into like role play. I mean, like I want the fucking the draft version of who are the important people, then I'll fuck with those people. But I'm not going to be like, all right, so his third sister's cousin, that's our in guys. She loves chocolate chip cookies and tube meat sandwiches. Like I would much rather stick to less of that because I want to get to like the fun stuff, you know, fighting and stuff for me. But I don't know. I'm enjoying the game. I've got no problems with it. Forgot why I'm chiming in, but I think it's been stressful, but in a good way, because we know that things can happen that will kill us quickly. So,
Okay.
yeah.
Well, I mean, anybody else have any final thoughts just about this? Because this has been super eye-opening. I'm glad that I've been recording this because I do want to revisit this, and this is like part of my personal trying to calibrate, my own shit. This is actually better than I thought that it would be. I literally assumed that you guys would all kind of dump over into the quadrant, like the quadrant 3, the lower left, where it was all sandbox and all tactical, and just be varying degrees on that. Which the fact that you guys are that close to the middle is kind of nice for me. But yeah, I just this has been eye opening.
I mean,
Because-
especially with this last chapter of us having to go rescue Kaioken. You have given us a direct goal, and then every time we've come to I don't want to say a fork in the road, but from a paved road to a dirt trodden path, you've kind of gone, oh, cool, you need to take your shoes off and you need to put these boots on to help you get across it. Like, you've given us the tools and kind of made it clear of like, oh, well, here's this guy and he knows how to do this thing, and he will also send you the person you need to go to get the thing done. Cool. Like, it's not been okay, we got to save him.
So
Well, shit, I don't know how to do that.
Not to be masturbatory, but that has actually kind of been like the thing that I have tried to do, just so that way you guys know where I'm coming from on this, is that when you guys make a decision, I typically will try to give you guys the props to do the thing. You know what I mean? Like, give you guys the support by the NPCs, where you can find the information, how you can do the things that you guys need to do. And then, of course, I have to give you guys a little bit of clutter to kind of like, well, like Daniel said, like sensory overload, where it's like, all right, now find him. Where's Waldo? You know what I mean? Now, of course, there is that's a challenge in its own, not like from a game build or a game design standpoint, but that is a challenge of you guys as players to sift through the bullshit, to be like, okay, this player over here, or this character over here says that we can go to these mountains over here to the left, but something doesn't seem right about them. This one over here told us, yeah, you just walk down this one path, and they seem relatively straightforward, but also, do we trust them? You know what I mean? But like shit like that has been kind of what I've tried to do, is like give you guys the support, kind of hopefully make it somewhat obvious. Like, if you do want to take this path, here's the things that you can do to take that path. I gave you guys a pretty vague, as far as I'm concerned, I gave you guys a pretty vague, like, go here, do the thing, there. How you get there is up to you. That's why, to me, that's a sandbox. It's like, how you guys get to this point is beyond me. You guys want to not do it? That's also, and I've said this since, fucking session 0. It's totally fine. You guys want to go play Tavern Simulator? That's fine. You want to go find out why the spoiled mire is the way it is? Totally fucking cool. But to give you guys like a hook and a jumping off point is usually to try to support you guys in some sort of way with giving you the options to take a left or right, or a straight fucking forward. But thank you for the input. Thank you for the Band-Aid rip. And how about we actually do some... Holy shit, you finished your Gundam and he's got a scythe.
Nice.
It's a good thing that nobody will ever see that.
I'm so pumped. Now I need to get the big one.
Only we can see that. No one else will see that. Hey.
Unless you posted to Twitter.
That was like 40 minutes of us talking about that. So, the campaign, the game, the adventure. Aren't you guys glad that you didn't meet Fortis last week, since he's now
not here?
Boy, I hope there's no more banshees out there. So, let's do a recap. We'll do some goals, and then let's actually like play some game. So the recap: awakening from a short rest, the party, eager to leave, was also eager to not be caught with their pants down, and thus decided to not leave. Meanwhile, in Pain, the Shadar-kai city, a man ascended from his flagon in a dark tavern to accept a job offer from some eccentric patrons. While interviewing, he was stricken unconscious by a wayward banshee call. In transit to the next life, he was beset upon by an unknown entity, offering him the promise of power and the ability to shape his future how he saw fit, before being whisked away in a drug-induced fugue state. Meanwhile, Calamar, Fayte, and Rabe, almost seemingly prisoners in their safe space, decided to vacation in the cabin in the woods, meeting what they came to find out were effectively representations of this devilish designed labyrinthine entity that is around Rabe's humble abode. They soon figured on possibly needing to escape from the labyrinth, possibly needing to fight their way out from the labyrinth. Either way, they needed to take a rest to be able to regain their faculties before they proceeded. So, shall we do some goals? Because I know we've all been thinking about goals, and there's no way that any of us are not ready.
Oh, we don't have the...
What?
Ah, we don't have the landing.
Oh, yes, I deleted the landing. It's under construction.
Oh. Then
You
I
have
will
to
write
go
mine
to...
out.
Well, if you go to the journal tab up top, you should have... There should be a...
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh.
Oh.
God. I always go to the landing to get there.
Penis. Okay. Welcome to Penn Island. So, let's go ahead and start with Rabe. Have your goals changed, or are they the same as they were last week?
My session goal is try to figure out what's going on with Fayte. I just can't figure that guy out.
All right. That's pretty good.
That is the only goal that has changed.
All right. Is that your session goal, you said? All right.
Yes.
What about Fayte?
I didn't get any of mine, so they're all the same.
All right. What about Calamaris Fenderhop? Sorry, I didn't mean to give your full name away. Your mother's given name.
I'm trying to think if it makes sense to, because we have this condensed essence that we need to take to someone else to turn into something.
You guys have successfully created the dense shadow glass or shadow essence potion.
Okay.
Rabe saw to that after you had pulled it and had verified that was indeed the tits.
Hell yeah.
Mommy milkers.
And I think for the session, I want to start heading in the direction that can get us like resupplied before, because I think
right.
what the plan was to message Grimtooth and Tribute about, hey, we lost 2 people, they went to go do this thing, and so maybe to head in the direction of the closest town to get stocked up. And then my short term is get Vellum for spell writing. So they kind of double dip, but like going in the direction and like putting a day's travel towards wherever is the main session goal.
Sick. Okay. So that being the case, I need for Sir Rabe to please make me a D100 roll, por favor.
Ooh. Nat 1, baby. Nat 1, baby. 001, baby.
Yeah, get in that one.
No, that's 100.
Please.
I did play last week on Sunday. So if we're lucky, although my players rolled mediocre, so I might not do too hot. But
this is gonna be great.
Did I get the long rest?
We're looking middle of the road, boys.
I don't think we've gotten that yet.
Wait for it.
56.
Good.
Pick up 6.
Okay.
Fine.
Everybody, please give yourselves long rests.
Hell yeah.
I was gonna say because my character's been upgraded. I was assuming you did that.
Yep. I did, in fact, do that. Everybody's.
Why do I have 12 out of 13?
12 out of 13 what?
Oh, it must be because I used short rest dice, so it doesn't give you them all back. You get half of them back, correct?
Yeah, something like that. It doesn't. You don't get them all back every long rest.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, don't you know?
Cool. That is cools for fools. All right. So, as you guys all respectively awaken from your slumber, we are going to go ahead and we're going to start with Calamar. Calamar, you were up in the freshly constructed out of imagination stuff's second floor attic area, which consisted of a dusty stationery, a even dustier rocking chair, and cobwebs in a very empty longhouse style section of this house. You would have had to have made your piece after you were scouring the Alhoun's spell book / journal. You came across a map that had
yes, the entry point for possibly
some sort
the
of
Underdark. Yeah,
right, something to this effect.
Mm-hmm.
And upon awakening, do you remember? Did you write down the spells that I told you what they were?
Yes, I wrote down peckish a lot.
Yes. Oh, because the labyrinth was feeling peckish.
Yeah. Let's see. I put them in my alpha list, I think.
Eggshelland. So that's just a little bit of housekeeping.
Disintegrate, Crown of Madness. So there wasn't a conjuration. It was vitriolic spill and then Tasha's caustic brew.
Right.
Okay.
So, you awaken, you've got your bedroll like down, you're kind of doing that, 12-year-old girl has all of her books and magazines and Us Weekly spilled out all over the place as you you wake up. Everything is relatively quiet. Whether or not this is like morning time or anything like that, you have no idea. But what you do know is that you feel well rested-ish. Are you going to be preparing any different spells this morning, or?
I am going to. I am.
Because this may very well be the first time in days that you have actually been alone when you've woken up.
Mm-hmm. Let me see. I think I have to do that on D&D Beyond, right? Or
I don't. Can you? You should be able to just prepare spells. I don't know if that's the case or not. You have your spell book.
I've never done it. Let me.
And that's like all of your spells, right?
Well, I have
You've 21
disintegrate
prepared
now.
spells.
I have disintegrate now.
Okay.
And
is that in here yet?
No.
Weird. Okay.
Because that's what I used on the materials. I used all
6 of the spell levels. Okay.
Into disintegrate. I'm just
go ahead and
D&D Beyond. I'm not sure
do all that shit on D&D Beyond, and then let me know. Okay. Oh, I see. Okay. In your spell book, in what do you call it? All the way on the right hand side, where you've got like the edit, the trash can, and then the add to actions list, there is a cogwheel, and it's prepared, unprepared. So you can. This, technically speaking, the only spells that you can cast are the ones that have that thing highlighted, because those are the ones that are prepared. So this is your whole list of all your spells. I can actually drag in the spell.
Do that. Because then I can. Yeah, because I don't even have the globe of
invulnerability
prepared. Yeah, I didn't even realize that.
That is correct. And is that correct in your D&D Beyond?
Yeah, I'm gonna double check with.
If I boop and there, so now you have just underneath that should be disintegrated.
And I will double check the cogwheels with what I have currently in Calamar's.
Okay. So as you awaken, you kind of You're getting ready for the day, so on and so forth. You're doing all that. We are going to kind of do that low creeping Evil Dead down the stairs, where we find Rabe in his high back recliner, passed out, as many days have gone by of him doing that. Rabe, you actually awaken with a little bit of a start. As you awaken to somebody going, I can presume that everything is still working per our contract.
I'm still sleeping in the recliner, right?
Yeah. You wake up. Well, I mean, at least you come to hearing that voice.
Hearing the voice. I think Rabe is just going to be like, natural sleeping position is Rabe in like leaning back in the recliner with like a book on his chest, and maybe at first just one eye just slightly peeks open, and then if he sees a demon, he's just gonna full eye.
So what you see, let me see here, is the creature known as Libero. Sec. Let me show you what this motherfucker looks like. Yeah, Libero Fiaci. Give me one sec here. Hiya. This way I can show everybody. And what you see is perched on it looks like a throne made entirely out of fuck you. It looks like a being, like, imagine, if you will, a throne, right? This particular throne seems to be made entirely out of book, like papers, like pages of tomes. Big, and he's sitting with a hand kind of down. This thing looks as if it is made out of strips of paper, almost like paper mache, except no glue. With these two horns that kind of twist up, every aspect of this creature's being, his hands and everything, look as though it is made out of strips of paper with tiny, small inscriptions. Everybody should be seeing this now. Sitting up in front of Rabe. No life to the eyes. This, again, beard made out of these sort of like what look like just ripped pages that are layered to create the most Dan hasn't shaved for months beard.
Yeah. Bring it back.
Homelessness. Yeah.
As you sit up.
I think, yeah, Rabe at that point would like sit up, book falls, he closes it and sets it down. Probably just to like state his importance. Maybe lean back a little bit to kick his feet up onto the desk.
Right, yeah.
What are we discussing? I prefer to have a morning cup of coffee before I am discussing business. Yeah.
You know how I feel about water.
Small subject, sorry. Yeah.
I am simply doing my maintenance call, assuring that our deal is as it was stated. You have a fortress. I have the souls that are collected within.
Oh. Yeah.
Perfect.
Now, I don't want to, however we say it, renegotiate, but your minions out there in the labyrinthian part of the estate, they seem quite feisty and almost sounded like they were threatening. That wouldn't be part of your, let's call them collection call, would it?
Fayte from outside, Calamar from upstairs. You guys hear this new laughter emanating from the main area.
And it sounds like normal humanoid, or is it like echoing ominously?
It actually sounds like just some normal ass human.
Okay.
As he goes, if you wanted them to be friendly, you should have argued for that in the contract.
Yeah,
I
fair
can fill
enough.
the void.
You would be my friend. Oh, you're so kind. You warm my heart. Well, not literally. If you did, you would be on fire, and that would not. But
Correct.
I appreciate the gesture. It is always good to have friends. Yeah. I just wanted to make sure that the threats will not run, how you say, hard. Yeah.
Keep in mind that the labyrinth itself controls those minions within. And the labyrinth itself is only made to protect you and your belongings.
Fair. So, what you are saying is, if I have some guests, is that I would like to survive, I should just strap them with a bunch of my belongings, and they won't get up. Or no.
Do with that information what you will.
Oh, so tricky. You'll make me blush sometimes. Bring color back to this black and white bird.
Well, it is rare that someone as amicable as you was able to proffer up the number of souls, good stock as well. And then we're going to cut to outside. Fayte, you are sitting outside. You have your sword slammed into the ground in front of you, creating a defensive position of your center chakra in case somebody were to attack you from the front. And you awaken hearing bits and pieces of this conversation. What would you like to do?
How much am I hearing?
Make me a perception check. Calamar, you as well, please.
Okay.
So from the outside, surprisingly enough, there's not really like any sort of like air noise, you know what I mean? Like there's not like a lot of like wind, there's not really like a lot of rustling trees. You can hear the sounds of the forest as you normally would have, but that's so far away that it's not exactly impeding much. The both of you guys in your respective areas can hear the majority of this. There's nothing real, none of there's no signal loss so much as you guys both kind of become aware of what's happening if you guys are going to intently begin listening. But what would you like to do, Fayte?
This sounds interesting. Standing up out of himself would be his echo, and it would walk up the air to the upstairs like window. I guess
The second floor window?
Yeah.
Okay.
So I kind of get closer.
Well, this is on the first floor. This is happening in the main area of the floor. The attic space that's the second floor is where Calamar's at. This is all happening on the first floor, and you're just outside of...
Oh, then I'd stay there and just keep listening.
I'd just like to imagine Calamar's doing his morning calisthenics fully nude, and then Fayte's echo is just right outside the window.
Just creeping on.
Hey, what's going on? Yeah.
Nice. All right. So you
Good
stand up,
size.
and you're gonna listen to this conversation as it unfolds. Fayte?
I wouldn't stand, but yeah,
gotcha.
Just be tuned into it.
Okay. And then Calamar, are you gonna be doing anything?
Yeah, I'm just gonna try and eaves peep from where I am.
You have to eaves peep.
Gotta eaves peep. Peeping of eaves.
Glad that you got that far.
Yeah, I'm almost done. Yeah, whiskey and bubblegum. You know, I'm just gonna kind of hang out and maybe try and eat some nuts from my rations kit quietly. wait for him to like
busting open the plastic bag.
It's Sam Riegel's ASMR.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. I don't know what this is supposed to be. All right. Cool. So, focusing back into the conversation at hand, you see Libero kind of. It is interesting because he kind of appears sitting in the chair, and then you're sitting in the chair, but the chair itself almost kind of like it has like a permanent rustling or settling of these pages where there's always like a little page that kind of fluts off and it'll slide onto the floor, but you don't pay attention to it and then it's like gone or what have you. As he just leads you. If you'd like to make another deal to change or to be able to change the aspects of the labyrinth to make it more suitable, such accommodations can be made for a cost, of course. This is a business.
How expensive? No. I get it. Is it? I do the same thing with my information and my recipes. Don't worry. I understand. The price of business is everything has a price and can be bartered for. Yeah. So, how much are we talking in the way of? I don't know if I want to make it permanent. Like, if I can maybe 2 or 3 friendly creatures that I can make not harm by our friends outside. They are your friends, right? Or is they just your mate?
Well, again, they are equivalently the labyrinth.
Yeah.
And he holds up a hand, and he literally, like talking hand, he goes, "This is Frank. Frank is a part of me. This is Earl.
I can see that.
Earl is a part of me.
Oh,
Notice me controlling Frank and Earl? Rabe, take the deal. Rabe, don't take the deal. You see how I'm making them say this?
Yeah.
Like in kind.
Understood. They are not directly yours, but belong to the city. Hard to say. Otherwise. Anyways, yes. So I don't want to. Because I know if we do this renegotiations and other things are brought into question about the original contract, and we'll have to go through that business all over again. And those papers are so many, I don't want to sign all of them. But
it's very standard. We can make it so that way it is supplementary to the original contract as instead of in place of the original contract.
An amendment to the original.
Right.
The original agreement. An amendment, subsection 2-8. Yeah?
Of course.
So, I have with me 2 friends that I would not like to have harmed, and since they do not have wings like I do, they cannot glide down the forest like Corby can, it makes it quite difficult for them to be unharmed. And the Labyrinth's friends have made it quite clear they are desiring of the fleshy parts, yeah. So, what would be the price of, just for fairness sake, let's say, letting 4 others not be harmed by this?
You wish to be able to bring up to 4 other people unharmed through the labyrinth?
Yes. Because they would have to be within distance of me, like, let's say 30 feet, but they would not be.
Well, let me see here.
How much are we running was that?
Interrupt me if either of you guys want to do anything.
No, I am just trying to get as much as I can through my fucking trail mix.
What'd you say, Kyle? Sorry, one second. What'd you say?
I'll be back.
Oh, okay. Gotcha.
So I did learn some stuff about. Never mind. This can be break talk.
Okay. He goes, All right. Let's see. There's no real standard for these sorts of things. Did you have a figure in mind that you were willing to pay?
If we can make it like an aura around me so it is permanent, then perhaps I could get you a soul coin by the end of the end of the week. Huh? Or
Well,
we could have it be a portion of whatever I gain in the next week, because I do plan on doing some business that might be quite a hefty haul. So
here's
there
the
might be some
problem.
very good things coming in the next week.
To make an aura almost like a key would mean to create something that,
An item.
yes, an item, or to imbue you with a certain amount of power, which is not necessarily the same mechanic as the labyrinth itself. Now, if you wanted to make it to where the labyrinth, maybe you could pick up to 4 other beings, keep their names on a roster here, would be something slightly closer to what you're looking for within the purview of the original contract, of course. I have a 3 o'clock with Mephistopheles.
You're
And
not just
then
pulling these names out of your ass to make me feel impressed, right? You're not blowing smoke up there, are you?
no, of
I
course
don't
not.
like it when people blow vape in my booty hole,
Look,
as Cindervon said.
real estate and the manipulation of real estate is very hard power to come by. I have developed a very good reputation. I like the cut of your jib, which is why I'm kind of punching down right now. But um, let's
I didn't mean
see.
to be insensitive about that. I'm sorry.
No, 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 no. Of course, of course. This is business. Business.
Yeah.
Let's see here. For a safe travel of up to 4, I mean, look, 1 soul coin, I don't think that's going to be enough for 4 souls to be
What
able to come
about
through.
what about 3? 3 people. Let's
3 people.
let's figure out a ratio per number. You know, like it'll be half a soul coin for 1 person, and a 4 soul coin for 2 people. But if you get the 3s, then it will be only soul coin and I don't want to cheap out on you. Let's say 50 gold.
Okay, let's see here. Okay, make me a perception or a persuasion check.
I don't know how good my charisma is. Come on, baby.
Okay. 1 sec here. All right. Let's see here. All right. Here's what we can do. I can either do for 3 people or 4.
Give me the price for 3, and then let's see what will be for upgrading to 4. Like, amendment for 3 now, and then maybe later if we can make an amendment for 4, if the circumstances require. You never know.
So, if we go quality over quantity, we can do 3 with a caveat. If we go quantity and choose 4, it can simply be 4. 4 soul coins, 4 safe passage souls. 3 safe passage souls, not necessarily 3, could be as low as 2 souls, but not in soul coin fashion. I would be willing to procure a certain armament that may possibly be able to instantly transmiss a soul. to a designation that is of no concern to you if that soul were of a high enough caliber. Now, the high enough caliber would be based off of the Archduke's personal preferences, which are not subject to change, but might be considered more difficult to accomplish.
You sounded like you know what this weapon is, so I'm assuming that is for after I say yes to the negotiation.
Of course.
Mm.
The armament in question is one that is not uncommon to my kin, but is not necessarily widely used in circles on this realm's terra, we'll call it.
Okay, buddy, listen. Usually you will find with soul coins. What's going on? Let's talk about it. But you don't have a couch and I don't either, so we can't do the whole, how does this make you feel? But what's going on? Why is this procured fast? Is soul coins just not doing it nowadays?
Nothing could be farther from the truth. Are you going to find it difficult to upend your end of the bargain? Is this a null negotiation, as it were?
I mean, I'm just trying to figure out what. I don't want to offer soul coins and have you suddenly, oh, those are versus now, and those don't mean anything. I've had that happen before with a different coin, and it got quite dicey, and I did not like that situation. So, I want to make sure that if we're bartering on the same systems, that I'm not offending you in any way. I was told yesterday by my good friend Eridan, who is upstairs sleeping right now, I think, that I am being quite offensive lately. So I am trying to better myself as a good bird. Yeah? So I'm trying to be friendly here.
Right. Well, your pistol, the one that you cherish most, did it start so ornate?
No.
When you had it etched and polished and upgraded, so to speak, did that cost you more?
In time, yes.
And the quality of materials used for the plating were premium, yes?
Yeah.
So you had to pay a premium to make it better than what it was?
Yeah, I suppose. I see what you are getting.
You see where I'm going?
Mm-hmm. So you wish for a better soul coin, more or less.
Well,
Not a coin, but a soul coin is a soul. It is not a fine soul or a rare soul or a exotic. It is not endearing to
it's
the
not a legendary or an epic.
Yeah.
And
Yeah,
I'm
yeah.
looking
It's
for
just
golds.
It's just a common icon that you don't want anyways, because you already have better icons. Why
It's
do they
just
keep
a
giving
white.
you the white one? Yeah.
Correct.
And then
So,
they give you five measly gold for it.
The point I am making is that if you want the premium control, you'll have to pay the premium currency. This is a pay to win.
Yeah, yes. So we are going the Overwatch 3042 route. Yeah.
Oh my god. Stop.
The medieval heroes kind of suck ass, I have to admit.
Fayte is gonna head inside and look for Calamar.
Okay, so you're going to walk right through the front door?
Yeah.
Okay. Walking through, you notice the picture of the devil that was shown previously. As he kind of turns
Oh,
to
this
you.
is Fayte.
Fayte.
He knew.
Wait, what?
Tell me your secret. How do you know his name so well?
That Rabe was going to introduce you, and they both said your name at the same time.
Oh, that was when I walked in. It's right there.
Yeah. You're opening the door to
It's a small
one big
house.
open chamber. Yeah, and then there's like two offshoot, like not even real rooms. They're just other chambers, and then there's short stairs up to a second floor.
An
It's
apartment.
a very
Excuse me. I thought that was rude. I forgot that this opens to one open room.
Oh, no. Don't worry. It is a modest house. We are not trying to go for excellence over usability here. I believe Calamar and Eldon are still sleeping upstairs. I was going to make some bacon, possibly with your help this morning, if you would like. But my friend and I are discussing safe passage for you and Calamar.
Okay. One more time, just so that way this is fresh in your face. This is who he's talking to.
I thought you said I saw a picture.
This picture right here that that you should be seeing now
So I
is
see
who.
that.
Yeah, you see this sitting on a book, like basically like a chair
book.
made entirely out of like stacks of book pages.
When you said you see him in the picture, I thought you meant like I see him in literally a picture talking.
Oh yeah, no.
I'm just
sorry,
talking
no,
to a PNG tuber. Sorry about that.
Yeah, he is there in the paperback flesh.
And this is your devil you deal with.
I am his realtor. Yes.
Really?
I was going to say contractor. Realtor has a better sound. I like the way you say.
Yes, I've learned much of your kind. I'm down.
Is that so? Like what?
He pulls out his notebook. He starts reading out
Paper
various.
made from trees.
He starts like kind of monotonely reading his notes, but essentially them saying that you deal in deals and value soul coin. Your deals can grant immense power, but also can be turned roundabout.
Right.
That
Interesting.
you often require that your deals can shift depending on ingredients. Can actually be used to heal, but at some cost to heal. It seems it's in the fine print of what you do. You don't seem evil per se, but you don't seem good per se. I would say that you just are. You be devils, that is. And I think you would be your race would be very welcomed allies to any organization or entities.
Well, I am flattered. You are one heck of an investigator.
Would you be interested in a family in the astral realm?
I have a vacation home there.
Well, I have a family that would very much like to be in contracts.
Do they require land masses?
No.
Well, then they're not looking for me.
Well, they require anything with profit. I'm sure you could cause some profit off of land masses.
In the astral sea, creating land masses is a huge up. But, well,
we always trade with more primitive species. They tend to be on land.
Sure.
And with what I've heard of the defenses of this place, I'd say they're not too shabby.
It comes at a hefty cost.
Sure.
Well,
If you don't mind, I was just going to speak with my compatriot upstairs.
pardon. By all means, don't let me stop you. Thank you, Fayte.
This transaction shouldn't take too long. I'm hoping not.
He does like the Japanese quick bow to both of them and goes upstairs.
All right. He does the head nod. So, negotiations. 3 or 4?
How about for now we just hold off on the negotiations just for the moment? I'm sure I'll need them at some point soon, but right now there are more pressing matters at the moment, and it's kind of hard for me to focus on the business idea at the moment. Maybe you could fit me in tomorrow, the day afterwards, possibly. I know you are quite busy.
You know, I will see if I can find some room. And if I can, I will visit you tomorrow.
If I'm not here, I will probably be at... Well, I'm hoping that we can get some of this potion over to Payne. And I might be there. You know of Payne, right?
I'll find you. I know where you are.
Oh, you make me blush sometimes.
Well, if there's nothing else, this little maintenance call has been rather productive. All right, now I get to go talk to
Mephistopheles?
Mephistopheles. Yep, that's the one.
That's it. Yeah.
Okay, well, you guys have fun. And
I am sure.
Let me know if any further progress is made on the real estate. If you want a bigger house, maybe something with a bathroom would be nice. And then you see almost like cards. Every one of these pages are like folding, shuffling as he just into it. And then this one little tome, all of those pages effectively shuffle themselves into a big thick book. And then that book just goes and just compresses into nothing. And you're by yourself. Fayte, you go upstairs. You are with Calamar. Calamar is standing at the top, or sitting at the top, I can only assume, like eating peanuts.
Yeah, I imagine that like this is not like a full size like attic. So like it's like the shortest part, it's like 3 feet tall to the slope, and then like there's like a 5 foot tall like. So I'm like on this little tiny stool with my little rations, like
all 7 foot tall of you.
Yes, like hunched over, fucking eating these like little like nuts, and they would see like because I haven't altered myself yet, and since it's morning time, I guess. And so like I'm like eating these, but like some of the tentacles are like no, like kind of like pushing them away. And mentally to you, who was that entity downstairs? He spoke with some candor of very heavy mystical properties.
It seems to be his devil that he's contracted with for the safety and exclusivity of this area.
He sounds so like normal and personable.
Yes, I've noted. Wait,
much different than the chain.
The alchemist or the the devils seem to the devils seem to fully inhabit their interests. The chain devil seems more like a fighter, and so his interest is fighting, so naturally he's more aggressive. This one seems to only really focus on landmass and real estate. Which I guess in that aspect you need to be more personal.
Interesting.
Yes.
But did he look similar to the Chain Devil?
All these devils seem to look very unique in their appearances. Not one has looked the same as the other. So I would say no.
Well, I am running an experiment now.
He's gonna smell the air. I hope you weren't up all night writing in that book of yours. It seems
No.
you've added some more.
I have
I
not.
smell your ink in the air.
I have not added anything. Just poured over my book and the Alhoun's book. There seemed to be a map, and I show him the map. My experiment is that we will find out today if Rabe is, in fact, has a spectral friend, or if he is purely crazy. This area is where his counterpart inhabits. And I think show that the dusty, like everywhere where Calamar hasn't been, it's super dusty, but there's like a trail of clean stuff, and then where his stuff is, it's all been prestidigitation into like Minecraft cube blocks of cleanness. My plan is to see if my releasing my true form in the morning as you know what I'm trying to say. Yeah, if he's up here and he can see it, he'll probably tell him. But I'm going to go down there on the ruse of Whimsy Harmony's spectacle and see if that raises an eyebrow.
Yes, I'll also probably have to retcon that I also look like an elf. See me comment.
Oh, yeah, you look look different.
I think we both might.
I mean, it might just be your haircut. It's just getting along over your ears. It's hard to tell.
Anyway,
Yeah.
I also thought upon that issue, and I thought upon my earlier training, the astral realm. I've remembered how I could shut and focus my senses. I should be able to detect anything, invisible or not, within 10 feet around me.
That is very useful.
I also remember fighting with a different weapon altogether. Apparently, I came down to this realm with a great axe to handicap myself.
To make it
like
more
those-
challenging because
yeah,
you were
like-
so good at. Got it.
Like those
So,
bosses,
and yes, you were
chain
seeking.
one hand behind their back.
You're now seeking a pole arm, correct?
Yes,
or
to fully flesh out my abilities.
right? Yes, it's time to take the gloves off.
Yes.
Take your weighted weights off of your ankles and wrists. And now we shall.
The whole time it was like
Yes.
He's gonna do the lotus.
Well, my goals currently are getting vellum and more ink so that I can learn the sending spell so that we can get our other compatriots into our group while Cilia and Emiko are Tomoe are away.
Then I think me smelling the ghost ink is a good sign to find it.
I believe so. I am going to change my form now.
Especially since Cilia and
just like the tentacles.
Yeah.
Cilia and Emiko not coming back.
Pull them like a curtain.
Really drastically reduced our fighting.
Well, they were both very good fighters in their own way. And when I mean very good fighters, I mean I could never find Cilia. Like, even when she had gotten done saying something, I couldn't see her. She always had the element of surprise.
Luckily, I did see her a couple of times.
Once, twice.
But it's looking more and more like we're going to need more allies, so.
That is true. So I believe we should check with where the closest place of supplies would be. I doubt that would be Gilmore, since they didn't have anything in the regards of spellcrafting.
Nor were they abundant with competent fighters.
True. Very true.
Yeah, their resources were pretty much null. Well, real quick, Rabe, you're by yourself downstairs. You gonna start making bacon, Jamaican bacon?
No, because with the way that the reception was with the bacon yesterday, Ray will still get it out, but he's going to like leave the salt and pepper to the side of the bacon, leave the coffee grounds to the side, even though he really wants to make his own cup right now. I think Ray was going to let the other party members do that, and then like perhaps assist in some way. Like I'm thinking the way that Rabe is doing it is the only way that I can show them that I trust them is allowing them to make our food, to show them that though these are my supplies, they're also like you can also use them since you are my guest.
Dan, roll
Like,
me a D100.
cook as you wish.
Okay.
The bacon bites back. Oh God, no!
It's
The
a bacon
golem.
devil. No.
It's me,
No
Porky the Bacon
No
Devil.
way. No way. Rabe, you hear thup, thup, thup at your door.
Salt and pepper on the table. Rabe is going to open the door.
At the door is Corby. Corby has
friend.
in his hand 4 like grayscale rabbits. And he kind of has like there's a pile of them on the floor. He goes, freshly caught. I'm gonna go back home.
Do you want me to skin these so you can bring them to your?
I got 8 more.
Oh, you already. You don't have to pay me a tax, Corby.
No, this is kind
Friendly.
gesture.
Corby, you are far too kind. Do you want some? I don't have much in spices, but I do have pepper and salt. I could give you some of that. Did I give you some of that last time?
I have plenty.
Okay.
I go to my cabin.
Be safe, friend.
Bye.
Farewell.
He turns and you just see he just as he runs off to the direction of his cabin, which is located inside of the labyrinth. So, please, back up at the top. Fayte, Calamar.
There's something we should discuss since we have our methods down. It is revealed that this alchemist is losing his touch with
Reality.
reality. Do we need to either bring it up immediately, or do we just never talk about it?
Well, it could be some form of trauma, or it could be a curse that he is afflicted by. It is not necessarily bad to have baggage.
Yes, but my question is, do we deal with it now or not?
I think we should let them play itself out. Let's not confront them too much about it. It
And
might
if he is
be
revealed to have a visible ally,
then that is a benefit for us.
yes, I would say that would be forward.
Well, all right. Well, so you want to go get some food? You hungry?
Yes, now I will look like an elf.
Awesome.
You're gonna disguise yourself back to your elfin form, and you're gonna. So
I'm whimsy.
So Calamar, your whimsy or harmony?
I think I only get harmony.
Okay.
I only get harmony.
So harmony and
Wish I could have collected them all, but
so
You chose your starter move. You get to stick with Squirtle.
Rabe, you are bringing in the 4 rabbits as you turn, and down the stairs comes who you know as Calamar or Harmony, I mean, You introduced yourself as Calamar or Harmony?
Calamar.
As Calamar. And then an elf. A purple, shimmery elf in golden clothes with all manner of oversized armaments on his back. A great sword, the spear, pike, halberd-looking spear, stick,
So
an axe, like a
I
battle
would have
axe.
seen those Rabe would have seen those weapons on Fayte previous, right? Okay. So like it would be
I didn't
obvious
know
that
if he
this
was.
is like
I didn't know if he disguised selfed those away or not. I don't know if that.
yeah.
Not this time.
Yeah,
Well, I mean,
that would kind of
previously,
be
I
the
don't know
key
if-
identifier.
yeah.
Previously, I did.
So
For Rabe, that would be the key identifier because at first he's like, "Oh, Eridan got a glow up," and then he sees the weaponry, and he's like, "Oh, never mind."
Eridan got a
Rabe-
glow up.
Yeah. Oh, you became a shiny Pokemon, Eridan. Oh, my friend. Too bad your EVs. Too bad your EVs are shit. I better give you to the professor. Eridan candies.
It's really cozy up there. Eridan was very accommodating. I had my own little section to do my notes and stuff. Wow, you got some game? You've already been out?
Rabe hasn't seen Eridan come down yet, right?
Correct.
I'm assuming that he is still sleeping Zen upstairs. So, Corby dropped by, got us some food. I was going to suggest bacon again, but after a while, bacon and coffee is just bacon and coffee, and there's only so many ways you can do it. But
I mean, I
we
usually
could
kind of try and eat what's the oldest, so the newer stuff lasts longer. That's kind of a bunch
True.
of salt's hard to come by.
I mean, I do still. I heard somewhere there is a 50-pound drum barrel full of salt.
Wow,
It just be full of salt and
That'd be
meat,
good.
but
that would be good forever.
I'm pretty sure the meat has gone to jerky now. So
This is going to be
Man.
the most
Whoever
artifact
thought of
level
that
fucking
was
item.
we're gonna
Yeah.
listen. We are going to shove this into the kitten
The
so bad.
Year dry aged fucking Brahmin
I heard it is
steaks.
jerky now, but that jerky is going to be the best and the rarest jerky in the world. So
Got a weird form of gold mold.
It's just dust at this point. It's
Yeah.
all of the moisture has been extracted completely. You
they're
touch it,
just
it
they're just sticks.
but it also
of meat.
grants you
Putrefied meat.
instant level 20.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, hey, we actually harvested some meat from kind of a monster. It was a giant, and that's about 3 days old. I got like 2 more big chunks of it. I wouldn't mix it
Ooh.
with chicken, but it might be good with bacon.
I wouldn't mix
I got to get rid of it, so I was planning on cooking it today, but I only got 2 more portions.
What did Fate say?
I wouldn't mix it with
Wait, say that again. You cut out.
Don't mix it with anything. You plan on eating.
I wouldn't mix it with anything you plan on eating. Last time you cooked it, all of us thought it was disgusting, but him.
No, it was really bad. That chicken that those dudes brought, I mean, someone should fucking kill them for doing that to us.
I mean, if they gave it as a gift and it was poisoned, then sure, blood for blood. That is
Right,
fine.
yeah.
But if it wasn't poisoned and it was just a meaningful gesture gone bad,
Yeah.
it's not that big of a deal.
I mean, yeah,
Either way,
eat their own poison too, so maybe it was just a mistake. I don't know, but
oh,
yeah, I'm kind of a cook,
what
I
kind
can-
of
I can help
amateur
out.
assassins have you been sent? Good.
So you guys are planning on making some sort of a breakfast?
I want to
So-
try and use the meat chunks. I think they're about 3 days old now, so they're getting weird.
You
Can zombie meat get worse?
I don't know. I've
so you
starts
eat,
getting better. I don't know.
it gets fresher with age,
Yeah.
unlike wine.
It like undies and then starts
Yeah.
to normal deteriorate. I don't know. I have no fucking idea.
It undies
It's
and
like
It's a
then
an anything,
constant
redoes.
state
Yeah.
of rejuvenation and death.
Yeah.
So, wait. Have you both eaten this? We are talking giant, like 2 feet tall, 2 feet, 2 arms, big people.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I felt 2 feet tall. You're correct. And it was very tall. But the first time I made it, I felt like I had some, I don't know, resistances to poison and cold. It was almost like a
Interesting.
potion,
So-
but it was, not a potion.
So there is
I believe that's what it is.
no, there is no
you
qualms
got the
with
cold
eating.
resistance.
That's
There's no qualms with eating other. I don't want to call them other two-legged creatures. To you, is that
like bipedal creatures?
Yes, yes.
I'd
I was
totally
going to
eat
say
an emu too. Yeah, emus. Stork bills,
Chickens.
axe beaks, chickens. I'd eat bipedal
Humans.
things all the time. Yeah.
I
You're a
meant more of
cockroach.
the humanoid nature.
I mean, I've never
It
seen
does not. It does not make you.
15-foot tall human, so no,
Yeah, 2 arms, 2 legs.
Yeah.
Head,
he's
body.
already dead too. So that part was weird.
Okay, we are not eating that. I do not care if you got.
my own pan.
Yeah.
Cook
He's
some
got
up.
his own walk.
It'll be.
If I
I've eaten
can.
it once.
Twice.
Twice.
I am going to need some bourbon with my coffee today, because it's going to be a great day. I assume.
Hey, Fate.
I'm gonna start. Okay.
Fate, what are you doing while they're having this back and forth banter? Are you just
He
watching
doesn't
them?
know anything about cooking. No, he's actually he's watching, but he's also listlessly walking around the.
Okay. Are you trying to see if you pick up anything with your blind fight?
Yeah.
Okay. As you are just sort of walking around, nothing's picking up on your radar within your as you're he's got karate hands. Where is it coming from? Where is it coming?
Quick turnaround.
Nothing seems to really enter
Pretty
your
jumpy.
sphere of influence, as it were.
Right, he's just listening. He doesn't interject in anything they're saying.
Okay. Sorry guys, go ahead. I just wanted to make sure
Like
that
to
what you're
imagine-
doing.
I just
Before you
like
get
to imagine on the big screen, it's just Calamar and Rabe talking, and in the background, Fate's going, Hadouken!
Yeah, he's just
So you can. Yeah, so anyways, I was thinking today because
so far.
So I'm gonna start preheating my pan. I do gotta say, this is gonna seem kind of weird. I'll give you the story about it, but I need you to look at something. And I pull out the Alpin's book and
Okay.
lay it out. Hey, do you know where this is about? We picked this up from an undead spellcaster, and I'm not really sure what this symbol means. It's the little like house symbol near the crags, and I'm sure this is all like hand drawn, right?
Yeah. So what this looks like is not just as he pulls this thing out. Rabe, go ahead and you can either make me an Arcana check or a History check, or what is the other check? Check out my melody. It's either an Arcana, a History, or a Survival, and then if you could think of a different one that you.
I'll take Survival.
Okay. Yeah, of course. Fucking rogue. So as Calamar is saying what he's saying, and he opens this up, first of all, none of the text looks like anything you've ever seen. This dialect is not any one of the languages that you speak. It is not. This is a lot of curves, like small circular, sort of like almost like crop circles, if you will. Just various little like cuneiform crop circles, like for some sort of a text language. It does show a hand-drawn sort of map. This reads almost more like a treasure hunt map, in that there are rough sketches of what's it called? Landmarks that using your survival you can see originate from outside of the Deadwoods into the Deadwoods, and then ultimately with that survival check you know that comes from the crag, which the crag is a giant open hole just to the south of your labyrinth, probably I don't know, less than an hour's walk from the southernmost point of your estate.
Mm. This is quite interesting. This should I mean, the rest of this book seems like incomprehensible gibberish that I can make heads or tails out of. But this map looks like it could be right nearby. How, when you face this foe who, let's say, willingly handed it off to you after his disposal, how powerful was he? On a scale of 1 to 10. 10 being like, godlike, and 1 being you looked at him and he fell down and died.
Well, I mean, he killed one of our friends pretty effortlessly. And it was tedious to take him down. I think I'd probably have to say like a 6 to 8. But I mean, if I ever see him again, it would probably be easier to take him down, just because I'm so upset about our loss. We lost a friend. His name was Gall. Kind of important. I pull out a feather. It was the last thing I have from him. We shared a tent a lot, and it was cold, and he was very warm.
I see. A very close friend. Yeah.
Yeah.
Understood.
Yep.
I have not shared tent with anyone in ever.
Well, hey, I got 2 tents. Oh, a second thing that's gonna be really weird. Open up the bag of holding. Yeah, there's a voice in here.
Well.
Yeah.
It seems I am surrounded by evildoers. I have faced worse odds than this.
Yeah.
You have someone trapped in your bag.
No, it's a weapon.
Why don't you reach in and find out?
You could do that. I wouldn't recommend it. Promise me. I mean, I promise you. If you touch it, it's going to blow you about 10 feet through that wall.
Smite you with the ferocity known only to the gods and celestial beings.
Oh, smiter of smiters. Yeah. What's your name, smiter? Smitey McSmite.
You that should be your name, fiend?
No. I think everyone here, I think Smitey McSmite sounds like a good name, right?
That's a great name.
Hey, Smitey McSmite. Have a good rest of the day. Rabe closes the back. We will not talk to that weapon ever again.
Wait, well, I need to get the meat out. This is. I mean, obviously, it's not a normal bag, right?
That's a little story, you fuckers.
Yeah, I'm kind of a dabbler in like magic stuff, and this is one of my first projects. It's a bag. It's bigger than you think it is. It's made out of crane, like a crane skin.
A fancy bag, yeah.
Fancy bird, yeah. So I gotta I'm scared to put my hand in there, so I'm gonna cast some magic. Mage hand.
Rabe is going to fold his wings behind his back and make them as small as possible.
What? Well, you seem. What? Are you okay? You okay with magic?
Oh no, I don't want my feathers to get on your food. Yeah.
Oh, thank you. and I'm gonna try and mage hand to grab out the meat chunk.
Okay.
Because I think if I even put my hand in,
cubed.
nice. All right, then I'm gonna
Nice
start
and
cooking.
sopping wet.
Yeah,
As he pulls it out, the
Prestidigitation,
GameCube,
dry it.
the GameCube sound begins to play.
But it's actually it's the if you're
It's
holding
the-
Z.
Wait, the squeaky one. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes,
What a good console. That should have really taken off. The cute little discs.
I still got mine.
Hell yeah.
All right. So
You
you produce a giant cube of meat.
cook that shit.
Is it
All
cute?
right. Roll me that cooking check, my boy.
Right. So cooking, macro for that. 23.
23. Okay. Roll me a D100, please.
Hundo. Come on, baby. It's pretty neat. 31.
Hey, that's pretty neat. All right. Well,
Eat that. So this is the last two portions.
you're gonna cook the rest of the zombie meat that you have.
Yeah.
All right. Are you making enough to feed everybody?
No, I think it's only the two portions for
Gotcha.
whoever.
That's right. That's right. So you're going to make 2 servings of what? What exactly are you making?
I think because I'm not gonna use the bacon. So it's just gonna be more like flash seared, smaller cube chunks. Maybe I'll skewer them. I'll do little kebabs. And just like heavily salted cubed meat over like fire that I'm magically enhancing with prestidigitation to like trying to like really fucking sear the fuck out of it.
Okay.
I'm thinking the charcoal grilled meat, like Japanese charcoal grilled meat. You know what I'm talking
Right.
about?
Right.
Where they're like they dunk it in soy sauce. I don't have any soy sauce, so that's what I'm substituting with like
Right.
probably water and salt.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Cool. Cool. So, roll me a D6, please.
Flash tea is in the
You want to roll? That's pretty
Right.
neat indeed. All right, now please roll me a D20. You are looking for an 18, 19, or 20.
Oh,
Oof.
it was almost a 17. Yeah, it was almost
Cool.
a 17.
So, who is eating the 2 portions of the zombie?
I mean, one. Sure.
Okay. Are you dishing anybody else up?
I would have probably like have the other like portion and like if anyone wants it. If not, I'll probably just eat it later. But it doesn't look that bad, right? Once you kind of cook it up, if you think about it, eating a bipedal creature isn't that bad.
I was going to have Rabe go, "Oh, but after you, Fayte," and then Fayte was like, "No, I'm not gonna eat that."
Yeah, Faith just like looked at side eye, just.
He just gets a shaky head.
So nobody else is gonna eat the second one.
Rabe will eat the second one.
You don't have to. Hey, just try a little bit. If it tastes bad, you don't have to eat the whole thing.
Okay.
Rabe is going to nibble at it first.
Perfect.
To get the flavor. You don't want to gulp down on a fresh plate of rice and then figure out it's 3 days old and it's hard as shit.
False life on myself, and
You know what's weird, Rabe? You would imagine that rotted meat would taste terrible, right? Surprisingly enough, this tastes more like he had been dry aging steak and then shaved off the gross parts and started cooking the most tender meat you've ever tasted in your whole entire life. I don't know if Rabe is much of a meat eater in general. I don't know if he's particularly carnivorous, but when you take this down, it tastes extremely well marbled. So it's like all of the fatty content is there. It's got a good piece of like salt on it, where it's like it's got a great crust on the outside, and on the inside is fall apart. You eat this, it tastes fucking phenomenal. The both of you, after you guys finish your meal, you both gain you are now, for the next 8 hours, immune to the poisoned condition, and you are also immune to poison and cold damage. And you are out of giant meat. What is Fayte eating this morning? Or is he?
I mean, he would have ate the rabbits if they were being cooked.
Yeah, like if they turn down the I think it would be like this. I don't think Ray would just be like, oh, here you go. I think Ray would try to impart like how he cooked rabbit meat, because I'm sure this isn't the first time the Corby's brought rabbit to Ray. So
Hey, I can also cook that up. If you guys want to help me, I can show you. Like,
well, I mean, so this was what I was thinking, is we have, I mean, I don't want to make this rude, Fayte, but cooking, much like what I imagine magic people do, and
just like casting spells,
and like making
order of things, and it comes out good sometimes.
Well, I was going to say, and like making experimental potions, it's art that's unique, and
I'm really interested in that. That was a lot of fun that you what you showed me. I'm going to look into that more.
I could share notes with you, but
Sure.
I was thinking, I don't want to push you into the crowd thing, but you know, extra skills has never hurt anyone. So being able to cook is a thing you could bring to your people if they do not cook. I don't know. I just realized you're not. Yesterday you were not pale, but not purple either.
A good night's rest. Good night's rest.
I am an astral elf.
Ah, that's what you were talking to him about. Okay. But I mean, I don't know if your people cook or don't eat or how that works. Everyone is. I won't tell you how the pain people eat, but it's very weird. Either way, everyone intakes nutrients in a different way, and you know, you could bring this to your people, and it could be a cool way of eating astral veils or astral giants, perhaps.
Yeah,
I don't know what they
Gaul
use
used
the
to,
astral realm.
Puke up the stuff that his body didn't need. Kind of like that. Remember Gaul with like, and there was like bones and stuff.
My people do know how to cook. We're only trained in the things that we show that we're good at. I was not shown to be good at cooking, so I was never trained good at cooking.
They just close that off to you. They don't let you try it if you want to.
No, if I'm not the best at it, then I can't improve my family now.
Well, I mean, but you can improve yourself. I wasn't the best ranger, but you know, I trained myself to fly better, to spot better, to be a better, I'll say it, bird. Then I became a little bit better at it. I mean, sure, my father is still probably a better shooter than I am. My Schwester, she is probably still a better spotter than I am. But I improved it for myself. I'm not saying that you need to do this. You are free to do as you will. But the point of this experience that we call life is to look it down every path. And if you like it, continue. If you don't have to go back down that path again. So if you want to cook with us, you can. If not, I have the spices. Your friend knows how to cook. We can skin it up. We can have it ready probably about an hour. But a feast in an hour is better than a quick snack in 10 seconds.
Well, we should definitely prepare it for the road, or
The rest we should, yeah.
that brings me to my next question. Do you know anywhere where I could get some spell casting components, like vellum or like some really nice shimmery inks, like a pen that when you write with it, it's like almost like gel.
See, usually Timothy is the one who gets that from me.
Yeah, he
But
was completely and he should be. I told him I'd be able to get in contact with him so that we can rendezvous before the whole Magnus thing. So, but I also need to get in contact with Tribute and Grimtooth.
I do not know what those tools are, but if Timothy does not have it, I would assume either the people at Pain have it. If not, then you might have to wait for an outside trader to stumble.
Would you
Stumble
like
through
to
your
make a
death
history check?
labyrinth.
I would love to make a history check.
Okay. I didn't want to interrupt, like, 'cause I want you guys, but also I don't know when to, like, okay, you guys are circular. And I want to be able to.
Right.
But I need a cream.
Okay.
But Cream, I know a man in space for you. He also is on the Astro.
Got the robot butt with butt cream.
Here we go. With your history check, you know of 3 potential places where these places might be had. The first is obviously Pain. That's the largest, what you would even consider a settlement that would have something like this. Of course. The second one would potentially be the Haunted Ichor in the middle, where the Vampire Lord is at.
Mhm.
Or there is a tribe, if you want to call it that, or a group of... What's the correct term to use for gypsies now? Well, they don't really. There's a tribe of
Romanians?
Yeah, I don't know, whatever. So, a bunch of people got mad about the Viscani in D&D's like canon because they're Romanian gypsies, and they were like, you can't do that. It's our people. Whatever the not offensive gypsies. There is a collection of of kind of not really wandering, but they do. There are gypsies that lay track, and they don't really stay in one place in particular, but they have a few places that they roam between. That they might have some things for as far as like some of the more exotic things proffered, but Pain would be the most obvious because of the sheer size of it, and then of course the vampire has a lot of pull to get things like that.
Would we know about where we are at on the map? And then maybe with that,
yeah, you guys knew that it was just to the north of that house icon on the Deadwoods.
So
you guys are in that little
just south of the Creation's Athena.
Yes.
Okay, cool. I mean, unless if the gypsies are closer, I think Pain is probably a good bet. I do.
I mean, it would be wisest to visit Pain anyway.
Yeah, if it's a good.
Besides making sure that my friend is okay is there. Eridan sometimes likes to go there. Sometimes he stays home and doesn't come along. But they also have some good drinks down there, and sometimes I get some decent supplies from them.
I think it's settled for me. I'm
I'm down with voting for that. What about you, Fortis? I mean,
Whoa.
Hey, Fortis.
hey,
No, he's not here. Never mind.
I was thinking of Fortis and like, man, it'd be cool if you run into NPC Fortis.
I think being able to get out of the maze should be our first priority.
Yeah, and how do you think we should do that? I've got a spell where I can like turn into like a really big bird, or like I've got this flying hand that could probably carry just me and someone else. Is that a viable option to just fly out of here within an hour? Because that's as long as my spell will
Fayte.
cap. I mean,
Fayte, how heavy are you? I don't mean to ask that in an insensitive way. I might be able to carry one of you.
ah,
Or
You are a little fat.
Not entirely sure with my equipment on me.
I think on your inventory, if you look at the very bottom of it, it should tell you all of your encumbrance. I don't know if that's a thing for you guys.
Oh, I'm 108. Income,
108
Oh.
pounds plus whatever your body is.
but I'm a very bulky elf.
mine says six.
I would
lift me, bird. I must fly.
Wait, what did you say?
645/135.
That's because of your water. It's
Yeah.
just taking everything that you guys have in your inventory, and I don't think it's adding your actual body weight itself.
Speaking of which, who's thirsty? Who's thirsty? Who's thirsty?
You son of a bitch.
I
Yeah.
refill my water skin.
Water. Yeah, so there's that water, and then I'll fill you up again. I need I'm at 50 waters now.
Well, if it isn't the old evil trio back.
Well, we meet again, evil.
Well, all right. So I'm ready to go. I'm getting a little antsy. It's up
antsy?
to you how you think that we should get out of here. Do you think we can?
It will be a straining to say the least.
We did overhear you discussing that devil.
Yeah, what was that about?
I think that
He wants.
possibly you're asking in a too straightforward way. What if we just asked for her to teleport us out of here?
Because that would also
Hey.
be.
We met a
That would.
we met a
Go ahead.
different devil on the road, and for one soul coin, he actually launched the entire group back onto the path.
Yeah, that was the killer doppelgangers. It was awesome.
So maybe you could only be charged one soul coin just to launch us out of here.
I mean, how do you get soul coins? That would be
Because I
really
don't
good to
think
stock
that
up.
we plan on coming back, so we don't need a indefinite way to do so.
He's killing a wasp. Just went and grabbed a broom. Something. I don't know.
What kind of underwear are those? Is that boy?
Boils? Bow?
Boils?
B-O-L.
No.
Ball.
You pull those pants down.
Oh, it's on
your
the ceiling
balls.
now. Reach for the
Uh-oh.
ceiling.
It's behind you. It went down his pants. Oh god.
Hey, Anthony, what was the other thing that Cathock's hand gave me? Said it was
Oh yeah. The thing that I can't add is that you have a use of a superiority die. So here's what I was going to offer you that I forgot is what we can do is I can give you the feat. In D&D Beyond, you can just give yourself the feat of Martial Adept and only choose one of the two, and that will be your
yeah, sure.
Cathock's hand.
I was just gonna write it in the description because I keep forgetting I have that.
Yeah. I'd recommend doing it in D&D Beyond. That way, when I import it to Foundry, it will encode it properly. Because otherwise, what I do here on Foundry is I literally just drag and drop it, and then they don't have. I can't tell you the amount of research that I did to try to macro fucking Battlemaster maneuvers because nobody fucking does it. There's like 2 or 3 modules that did it, and they do it poorly. There's too many variables of like extra add-on
There's
modules just
So
to
many
increase your
things that you
range.
can do with those.
Yeah.
Oh,
So
what?
it's if you in D&D Beyond go to your feats, go all the way down, not in the character editor, in your character sheet, go to your features and traits all the way down at the bottom, go to my feats or whatever, and you can add feats that way, and then you go to martial adept, and in your character editor from there you can choose lunging maneuver, and don't fill the second slot because you don't have another battle master maneuver, and then that will give you that.
You said Battle Master?
It is a
No, martial adept.
martial adept. Yeah, it's a feat.
It's the feat, and then pick lunging.
So, or if you want, I mean, you can do it.
Write it.
I believe
If you'll just know that you have a lunging or that you.
Well, because so here's the thing: is the superiority die is going to be a d6, right? And so when you use that, you're adding that d6 whenever you use that ability, and so to have it work out in this, like in Foundry, I don't know if it will. I can always add that as one of your little like abilities to be able to click on or whatever.
Right. Added to the extra 1/6.
Yeah. You get it. Yeah. So right now it's in your adept. It says no choices made. So when you do the drop down menu in your character editor,
You won't let me do it in the character editor, or at least I don't know where to go.
So
fuck. All right.
if you go, I mean, in normal, like if you're looking at your normal like character.
Yeah, I added it.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go to click on manage feats. So go to features and traits. If you click on the feats tab, you can click on manage feats. If you scroll down to martial adept, you'll see that the little thing that swoops in from the right hand side in D&D Beyond. Martial adept actually has a circle with a little like exclamation point saying that you haven't made a choice for it yet.
Yeah.
And then you choose one of those feat options, and lunging attack is the one that you get.
Yeah, but it won't let me make those choices. It just says no choices made.
Okay,
You have to go back here. I can screen share because I'm doing it right now.
Sec. I am gonna go ahead and do it for you, and there. Here, I'll show you what I assume this is what you're seeing anyways, but
And that's all it.
back in.
That's all it did, right? I thought Son just gave me. I thought
It also gives you a +1 to your attack rolls, which is already part of it. If you look at your, like, for instance, your you have a +11 to your hit DC for most of your stuff. If you unattuned to that, it would be a +10. A +10 is your base normal.
Okay.
So that. Tell me why you are technically better with your shadowed short sword than you are with your other things.
I don't know.
Tell me why.
Or that's a +1. It's a +1.
Tell me why.
Yeah, it itself is a +1. Yeah.
So, you have that. And you see where it says Starlit Step, Favored Foe, and Unleash Incarnation? Do you use any of these check boxes up here on your attributes in Foundry?
What do you mean?
All right. So now, yeah, that is that. What do you guys want to do? Are you guys going to? What's the plan here?
So we were talking about getting out. So this is the definite problem is soul coins, yes, can be useful for a one-time thing. You might not plan on coming back, but I look at this as I don't know, I'm pointing backwards. We're inside the house, but this is a safe haven from anything that tries to get us out there. So that's why I was trying to negotiate with soul coins for getting in, and then he wanted me to, well, we could do 3, but you have to go kill some people for me. And they got to be good souls, not common souls. Because I want the legendaries. I want my Zavala to be the best.
So,
Cool.
question,
It almost sounds like you're shit talking.
Yeah, how do you?
Yeah, but I'm shit talking a NPC, not a PC. Well, see, it's because I put on the. It's because I put on.
Hold on, Josh. You fucking goddamn it, Zavala.
How do you obtain a soul coin or craft one in the first place?
Are you asking out of character, or are you asking him in character?
I'm asking him in character. I don't know how to be Harmony Whimsy, so I'm just doing normal ones,
Well,
but
the other
the light-
devil said that in order to gain a soul coin, you had to kill a devil.
ah,
So,
Remember,
Make me a
we
history
gained
check.
ours.
Rabe,
Oh.
and then Fate, you can keep going.
We gained ours by killing that
that is
multi-handed
true.
devil.
Yeah, and the Rakshasa.
So, I mean, we could try killing that chain devil, or we could
Kinda
try
like
killing
him
his
the most.
realtor, but that doesn't seem like a very good idea.
Yeah, that's not a good
He
idea.
probably wouldn't take his own soul coin as payment.
Yeah.
Rabe, you did not have to go out and kill other devils in order to procure the soul coins. You went out and you bartered for them, you found them, you uncovered them. You didn't necessarily only have to kill devils. Which,
So-
with that role, there could be more than just those two ways of finding them or killing a devil. But right now, you have no fucking clue.
I'm assuming,
And also, soul coins are your father.
assuming that devils are varying strengths, and possibly for stronger devils, more soul coins. But
if you want,
Wait.
go ahead.
if we had a way to fight weaker devils like the one we fought before, that would be very ideal in us gaining soul coins.
Well, we
Maybe
can't
we
do
could
any-
ask. Maybe we could ask for a chance to do that. Maybe he knows some weaker devils.
Yeah, we also can't do any of that until tomorrow. I think I eavespeeped on. He's coming back tomorrow, and then
He is.
we can't
we
just go out
are-
and do things. I mean, we can go out and do things, but we gotta like get the soul coin to come back to do the thing. But we could just make a day out of it and go figure it out. Then come back, regroup, and then this would be like home base for like. I mean, maybe
What's that? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Is like if we could, it'd be good to have this as kind of like not a base of operations, but something more casual, like a safe haven would be the easiest way to say it. But
Yeah.
I didn't have to kill any devils for mine. I bartered for mine. Information. Oh, Rabe's Book of Laws states that everything has a price of equal or higher value if you can barter that way. If you can't, then maybe lower value, but you can still sell it.
Wow.
If you find something that someone
It's
wants,
published.
yeah, self-published. Obviously, you have to buy it off my Amazon link, but
Several
don't worry,
law
I'll send
journals
that to you.
have published his works.
Wow. Let me know where I can find one.
Oh yeah, well if you go to Amazon.com/go fuck yourself, Rabe's Laws.
There are
Volume
affiliate
1.
links in the description down below.
Yeah.
Huh.
Go ahead. Go to my throne and buy me all my gifts. Yeah, that would be wonderful. Wunderbar.
Well,
Yeah.
So what should we do today? Should we leave through the maze or should we try and fly out?
Well, that weapon that you have, that is
Negotiable.
Schmitey McSchmite. He could be
McSchmite.
verse. He could be verse some maybe a soul coin. True, if you find the right buyer, but if we're doing this on a time limit, then have a lot of time to find the right buyers that will give it maybe 3. So we might be able to sell that. If not for that, for information someone else could use. This is the whole point of a bartering network, is you find what someone wants, you find how someone else who knows what they want, you find what that person wants, you give it to them, you get that thing, you get the other things that you wanted originally.
I think
Pause the
you're
original
getting ahead
price.
of yourself.
I
again.
think we've all bought things before. I
Yeah,
get that.
The thing is getting out of here,
Yeah.
and I don't,
Okay.
that devil
So we
seemed
gotta
to only
wait
be interested
tomorrow
in
to offer the thing
soul.
to maybe get a coin is what you're saying is a good idea.
No,
Kyle just
no, we are.
went a little robot. Hold on. Before I think he's back. He was a little laggy there for a second. Oh, he's back.
Yeah, I
Okay.
heard.
They seem fine to me.
He was like stuck, and then now he's. Sorry.
Put your fan down at the router.
Well, this is your house. I'm just What do you want to do? I'm ready to do it.
Can either of you transform or teleport? Because that would be easy number one.
I can only transform my appearance, and I can only teleport short distances.
I can give us an hour of airtime.
Alpha of airtime.
Yep.
That would be more than enough to get out of the estate.
How many can that affect? Can that affect the both of you?
Yes.
Just one. Okay. I mean, there we go. We have our way out. And then
I can turn into a large creature that can fly, and then he can ride me.
Oh,
Yeah,
you could transform into something large.
And
Okay, so that would be
It
much
sounded like the
easier
question
on.
that he asked to you, Dan, was whether or not you could transform both of you guys, which is what I was like,
Yeah,
no,
because
two people.
He in Rave's mind, you made it sound like you could both, like you could make it so that you could both fly, whether that be like
no.
deposing and then flying about, or transforming.
No.
So that would make it much easier on my back. I suggest we get everything that we need.
No. Please continue.
I'm now scared.
No.
So,
It's not happening.
I'm just gonna close this window. Hey, good to see you, buddy. So, Isaac, that would be much easier on my back. And I mean, I'm not trying to say that I have a backpack, but that would be wunderbar if I didn't have to carry somebody. That is our way out. And I mean, it won't be so great coming back if we have a guest that we need to bring back for interrogation of whatever means. But possibility. Either way, that's our way out. We could try and see if we can sell anything. I might have a few items here on about that we might be able to get the soul coin or two out of. If we can get 4, perfect. We can get the basic enchantment. Bing, bang,
We
boom.
also
Done.
have 4 more shadow essences.
Oh, we didn't make all the potion.
No, you did. You guys had more than what you needed.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah, those are for us. Right?
You guys had 8. You used 5. You have 3.
Oh, so we have 4 extra.
You have 3.
Well, we might be able to. We might be able to sell those off. I
So you guys
don't.
wanna go
Yeah, I
shopping?
mean, if we are going to handle this guy by ourselves, I don't want to say that that's going to be useless, but its usefulness it will go down. So best to sell while the demand is still in the market, and then afterwards, we take care of the problem, and we've already sold the product. Yeah.
Sure.
I see.
Well,
We will train you both to be business masters by the time you are done. The Braves
I would
allows.
actually love to learn more about how to.
I can show you
could show
how to have. Yeah, don't worry.
I can
Really?
show
Isaac.
you the world. Now let's get the fuck out. As much as I love circular talking, I would like to go. Get
So,
out
Isaac,
of here.
Let me show you my 360-page PowerPoint on how to do proper business using and implementing Rave's fundamental laws for business.
Hold up, you got a thingamabob right there.
I am bound by the rules. I cannot force you to leave. Otherwise, I am railroading. But please, I swear to God, if I gotta ask you the temperature of your coffee for the next 6 days of travel, I'm going to lose my mind.
I'll be outside.
Same.
You grab all your supplies, yeah? Rabe is going to grab his rapier scabbard on the belt, holster on the vest, set it up, get his
The Law of
business attire
Rabe.
look, which is instead of, he gets all
Yep.
50 volumes of the Law of Rabe,
Right.
puts those in satchels, tactically placed around his body.
Naturally, as you do.
That's his
So-
armor.
It sounds like the plan is that Calamar is going to polymorph into a giant eagle and carry Fayte the fuck out of here, while at the same time, Rabe is going to fly using his wings to get out of here, right?
Yeah, I just want to fly.
So the hiya. I can't not do it. So if I'm not mistaken, the
How bizarre.
fucking Hamza, why are you doing this to me? You know what you're doing. All right. So the giant eagle has a fly speed of 80, and I think Rabe, you have a maximum fly speed of 50, right? So you guys are both relatively comparable. To
Fly
get the
is
fuck out of
50,
there.
yeah.
I think
Yeah.
with carrying someone, mine's reduced to 40.
Make me an athletics check with the eagle's fucking stats.
+3 to strength, and I have a.
Oh, here, hold on. I'm sorry. Since this is now you, I'm going to allow you to configure the ownership. Dan's going to be the owner of said eagle. Giant eagle is now inside
Open.
of Fayte's extras.
Ability check.
Or not Fayte,
Ability
Calamar's
check?
extras. Yes, please. Athletics check with the eagle.
Ooh, good money.
Yeah, dude, you can carry him, no problem. It's
right.
not going to affect your fly speed because it's just him. It's not. He's also a scrawny elf. You know what I mean? It's he only weighs what 90 pounds or whatever, so you don't have to worry about
Okay.
like it slowing you down or anything because you're giant eagle.
I definitely would want to, like, even if I'm like breaking away from the flight pattern, I want to see how far I can get up, or if I can maintain visual on him. I wanted to see if there was like I can come up out of the fog and then come back in to see if there's like daylight. You know what I mean? But,
Okay. So
maybe
you
that would
want
be
to try
something
to
discuss. That we're like,
if
hey, I'm just curious. I want to like dip
well
up.
here's
and dip back
actually
down.
so just before you guys actually take flight, I don't necessarily want to speed past that because this is you guys starting the takeoff, right? When you cast the polymorph spell, turn yourself into a giant eagle, what does that look like before you guys just go, we all know what we're doing, and then leave?
So before I can't not use my words, I'm like, all right, so I am curious about something. I'm not sure how high the cloud cover goes, and even if that means that we lose some time getting to our place and like going past our hour, I have a redundancy spell where we can kind of like float down if like, we'll fall for a little bit. But I am very curious to see how high the layout is. So I'm sure we're just going to be flying through clouds for a long time, so it might not be worth it, but I am curious. Have you ever done that, Rabe?
Says to Rabe.
What race are we doing? We are racing
Have
into
you ever
the sky now?
flown straight up to see how far the cloud coverage is, or?
Oh, I don't bother with that. Bye.
Oh, because there's a world of color out there, and this is the anomaly.
Oh, well, yeah, but I mean, I came from a world of. Wait, Rabe still sees color, right? I mean,
you
it's a
can
little
see
less.
color, yes, but you haven't been outside of the Deadwoods.
Yeah.
You've seen color. There's color people. There's like
No,
adventure
but
stuff like that. But it is more rare for the most part. You've seen mostly black and white, with the exception of the anomalies, which are like fresh-faced people. Certain places in here
Yeah.
that don't have.
And you did
what I
make
mean?
like a kind of a big deal about us getting rid of our color when we first
Yeah.
met. So that's why I'm like, hey, there's another like, if we can dip out from height, I'm curious how high we have to go. Maybe get like, I don't know if we Harvey Birdman as soon as we hit color land. You know what I mean? That's my personal thoughts. I'm not saying that, but I don't know if that's like we see sun and we get color. We can eat sun rays. I'm gonna go back down into darkness.
I did not know that Calamar was.
More you know. All right, yeah, never mind. I'll figure it out later. It's just an experiment. But I'm gonna follow you, so you go as fast as you need to. I'm gonna be right behind you since you know where you are going.
So, do we just want to get out of the state and then we will continue our walk, or do you want to just fly to Fayte?
I think we should just go straight to Maine.
Would Rabe know if there are anything that could shoot them down?
Of course, there's tons of shit all over the place. I mean, it's not like the moment you take flight, everything within a 80 square miles is going to start
batteries
shooting
are going to turn
ballistic.
on.
But like, I mean, things have range. You know what I mean? It's not like there's no it's not in particular there's a squadron of archers that roams inside of your labyrinth waiting to take you down, but also like looking up, there's not usually more than like a couple of flocks of or like murders of crows that fly by. There's some condors that every once in a while come in. There is fauna, right, that does that, but like, I mean, you're not gonna be public enemy number one likely unless there's something particularly nasty that sees you as like the easy target.
Okay, so first, when you do the transforming into the that you can become, make sure that it doesn't have color. You don't want to attract attention up there, because up there you can move, but if you have Fayte on your back, then let's say that you and I do evasive maneuver, roll over to our sides for a dive attack. Cool, that is fine. Fayte also rolls off to the side and falls to the ground, and that's not good.
He's pretty strong. I think he can hold on.
I also just can teleport 1,000 feet.
Oh,
as long as your echo is 1,000 feet away, right?
Yes.
Yeah, so you'd have to teleport your just so you know you would have to have your echo.
I do it, period. But I read the teleport and it says that regardless of the distance.
Yeah. No, for sure. But like if you're falling, you can only summon him 15 feet away.
Yeah. And then
so you'd have to summon him as like an anchor point.
He'd only have my walking speed.
Well, he would only have 30 movement speed, right? Or is that an upgraded version has your walking speed?
No. I don't mean this as a way to survive a fall.
More so,
I can't because like you said, it would just be a 15-foot like frozen in time thing. I meant like if I didn't fly, if I was just standing there, my echo could go 1,000 feet away from me,
right?
And then I could teleport to that.
Yeah, you could try that.
I was just saying, that's something I had that I didn't know I had.
Up your belt, yeah.
So if the center of your maze to the outside was 1,000 feet, I theoretically could have just done that.
Well, would have to get past all the stuff.
Is that will make for easier?
The echo
can go through.
Pretty much the same thing. He would just go up and then over.
Oh, right.
You could probably shoot at him as well.
Yeah, you could dash it as well. So.
Nope.
But I wouldn't be able to see underground, so I wouldn't help me.
That makes sense. Well, you got to keep
going. This is just
yeah. That's good.
So
we don't know if that would work.
Just be mindful Kyle, if it were me, what I would do is summon your echo and use that as an anchor point. So if you do fall, you just teleport to your anchor.
Yeah, but I'd have to. I wouldn't know though.
No, I mean if you summon him, right? You leave him where he's at. Yeah. Oh, because he can't ever get blah blah blah.
Yeah, so I'd have to avatar, and if I avatar, I don't see or hear through my eyes.
Right.
So I'd be like doing this watching me, and if he got out of my sight, I wouldn't know what happened to myself.
Right. Yeah.
Isabel, there's a number one rule with flying is keep mind of possessions and people, in this case, that you have on your back when you are flying. Do maneuvers that you know are safe, but also keep in mind we will be above everybody. So we are not going to land in pain because if they see if they see me, okay, Rabe is being crazy man flying again, whatever. If they see giant birds, that's food. Arrow.
Maybe.
Also,
So,
Rabe, you're not like a fixture in pain. There's no guarantee that they won't shoot the weird thing that's flying down at them.
Listen, Rabe's trying to make himself seem like, hey, I'm kind of the guy.
We canonized the second floor off of an absent-minded comment. I don't want it to be that Rabe's a celebrity in pain.
We're gonna get to pain, and Rabe's gonna go. I gotta pop my collars real quick. Like cool kids. Get my chains out. All right, let's walk in. Yeah.
All right, so I think we're ready. How is Eridan gonna come with us, or?
Eridan, we're going to pain. You want to come?
I will be right behind you.
Okay, he says he will be behind it. There's the people in the maze. They don't bother him.
Yeah.
I mean,
hey, he slept in quite a bit. I didn't see him.
Sometimes he wakes up early. Sometimes he not a big deal. Sometimes he drinks coffee. Actually, never mind. He does.
Interesting.
Fucking tea drinker. Oh no, I will have the
So
coffee.
we should get some tea then. Did you have tea? Then that's why he didn't drink the coffee.
No, because he always has his own tea. He always
Oh,
tea. Hey, look at me. I drink my tea.
we'll get him something special in pain.
We'll see. We'll see. Don't make promises.
Right, I'm ready. You ready?
Okay. Remember.
I got an hour. I'm gonna
No
take
color.
off as soon as we go.
Okay. No color.
Coffee,
Rabe is going to
106
take.
degrees.
Rabe is going to take out.
Polymorph. I'm out.
All right, so you say no color. You turn back. There's a giant eagle, and is the giant eagle just gonna grab Fayte and just fly off?
No, it would be like push the wings out for like a big flap down as soon as he like comfortably gets himself on.
Okay.
I do a spinning. I do a cool mount by jumping and doing a flip.
Sick. I can see
The
it now.
axial.
Go
I think
ahead.
Mentally, can I still communicate? No, I don't. Can I?
You have all of the abilities of the beast.
Okay, never mind.
Fayte, make me an animal handling check, please. As you're riding bareback on an eagle that has wings that move constantly at a rather rapid pace. Not the wings movement, but you're going to start soaring, and that liftoff is probably going to be pretty jarring to a person who's riding, just clinging onto feathers. I can only assume that he's just like grabbing feathers as you go and you lunge up and start going.
I put my hand on its back and say the elfish word, Calamar.
Oh my god!
So,
and then he rips your
when
heart
you
out,
put-
still beating.
When you put its hand on his back, when he dips, do you dip? Do we dip?
You know what? We don't need to do this. We've already done
like
this too
Josh
much.
I
Don't
cast
want
speak.
progress.
I cast speak.
He's
with
waiting
him.
He's waiting for fucking Fortis. All right, so you cast speak with animals. You can comprehend and verbally communicate with the beast for the duration, which is 10 minutes. Excellent.
Is there
That's cool
something you
because
needed? Is there something you need?
Oh, I was just gonna say, scritch my ear ports because
I'm
they're
sorry.
very itchy.
Calamar, you're an eagle who's speaking eagle. You're not speaking telepathically. Which of course means you can talk to him, but remember, it's not you mentally, I am talking to you with my mind. You're an eagle who's going, which means, what is he saying now?
Oh, scritch my ears, hold on to my neck, don't pull the feathers.
Wholehearted,
He
Daddy.
uses his tremendous thigh strength and hooks in and grabs the back of his neck and
Too
secures
tight.
himself.
Oh, Daddy.
Yeah, so go ahead and make me an animal handling check.
Oh, right. That's what I was doing.
Yeah. I'm not trying to gotcha or anything
It's
like
like-
that.
If I can talk to him, can I have advantage?
No. I don't know how many giant eagles you've ridden on in your life.
So is this like
this
his
being your
ability
first
to
foray?
hold on, or is it
This
the
is-
ability?
This is not his ability to control you like a mount. This is his ability to like actually be able to ride you, like literally handling an animal.
Okay.
Right, and the reason why it's not at advantage is because this would be potentially the first time Fayte's ever seen a terrestrial giant eagle since it's his
couldn't,
first time on the
whisper
Pro
in
material.
Whisper into your meaning
Yes.
right.
Tell me how to ride you. That's awesome. Yeah, it's not a problem. There's no like, it's not like a crazy. You're not gonna fucking fall to your death just because of a funny gag meme or anything like that. But yeah, it's fine. It's luckily he's underneath your feathers that are like the area of the feathers where the neck meets the shoulder, like that joint.
Mhm.
He's holding onto that, and that's what's moving. And you're going fast because eagles are fast, right? So you guys take flight. Rabe, your hand in pocket about to give them the pigment to make them look like normies.
Yeah.
They're gone.
Wings unfold now that I know that they're safe, and Calamar's not going to steal some of my feathers. Rabe will take off and try to catch up.
Egg shellant. I am going to need for Kyle to roll me a D100, please. As the team finally leaves the comfortable abode, possibly to be set on fire. You're good. You're probably good.
Whoops.
I mean, what's the worst that could happen? Truly, what is the worst thing that could happen? Envision it.
As we fly overhead, 40 millimeter Bofors guns as the USS Enterprise magically appears.
No, instead it's just an enemy AC 130 in the air. Duff, 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 duff. All right, so you guys begin your takeoff. As you guys take off into the sky, were you going to try to see above the clouds there?
If it's I'm basically just following Rabe, like wherever he's going, he knows that I'm like interested in that, and so like he's willing to dip up and then down, then I'd follow him. But no, I'd probably
Rabe, are
go
you gonna
up
try
and
to
do like a circle and like wait for him to take
Right.
off and then follow.
He's doing the aircraft carrier procedure.
Rabe, are you gonna go up above the clouds or no?
No, Rabe is going to stay. I'm assuming that Rabe has like a, let's call it like 100 foot above the forest tree height, where he
Tell
is
me
like
how high
comfortable.
up you go. You know what I mean?
I would say like above the tallest trees, 100 feet above that.
Okay, so you're about 150 feet in the air.
Yeah.
Give or take. The
And
tallest
then-
trees are right around 50.
Maybe leaving the estate, crossing towards the nearest road or path,
Right.
and then following the path up to Pain.
You're gonna continue to fly after that fact. Okay, gotcha. So
Yeah,
not only
yeah.
are you guys flying out of here, you're not gonna touch back down at the road. You're going to then curve to the south. You're gonna bank southward and try to follow the first available like main road to go south towards Pain.
Yeah.
It sounds like that's what the plan is. All right, cool. Cool. So it takes you guys roughly about 25-30 minutes to get out of this forest. It is, I mean, the labyrinth, I should say. It is a huge estate, right? And you guys are traveling for quite a while. Upon exiting, right, you guys are flying over and you start to bank towards the south. Couple of things you guys see. I'm gonna roll my own D100 here as soon as I That's the wrong one. Shit, and roll it. Beep, beep, boop, 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 boop. It's been so long. Cool. Couple of things you guys see. From your vantage point, Calamar, go ahead and make me a perception check. With the Eagle's perception. Fayte, if you are looking, Fayte, go ahead and make me a perception check. And Rabe, go ahead and make me a perception check if you guys are looking at your surroundings. Advantage, keen shite. Good thing you got that too, Bio.
Okay. Shit, two better.
It didn't roll it with wait, what?
No, it didn't roll it with advantage. So the first one, it did. Oh, I got confused with Rabe's roll. So I guess I get one more roll.
Yeah. All right, so that's about how this is gonna go. Cool. Fayte somehow, oddly enough, on the back of the Eagle, you're able to get a better view of your surroundings. Rabe, I mean, and Calamar, you guys got all the wind in your face, and you guys are like, even though birds are pretty much built for this, you guys are more focusing. Well, okay, Calamar, you're more focusing on the clouds and shit above because you really want to go up there and see what's going on. You're trying to find some breaks or whatever, yada yada yada. Rabe, you're like daydreaming about your super cool superhero entrance into Pain, being like popped collar, fucking cigar, the full
guys loved me there.
Yeah, exactly. And then Fayte, stalwart as ever, you see just a couple of things that in the short amount of travel, you guys can get probably not immediately to the gates of Pain, but you can get a couple of miles out from there. In the last 20-30 minutes that you have, I assume you'll want to take a couple of minutes to start descending, as Calamar registers the amount of time that has passed, so on and so forth. Some of the things you see a couple of more roving packs of those zombies that they just seem to like cross the street. They're almost like a zigzag. Fayte, go ahead and make me an intelligence check, just a base intelligence check. And you guys see two parties of adventurers.
More victims, yay.
These zombies
More food.
walk with purpose, Fayte. It seems to you that these zombies, what appears to be, if you were down on the ground, Fayte, you would think, or you would assume that these are random zombie patches of them just like in herds, right?
Yeah.
What you notice from this high up is that, at least in this particular one, these zombies are literally crisscrossing the road, almost like stitching the road with their trail. And they look to, like, they go across the street, they go into the forest, they turn, they look, they cross the street, they turn, so on and so forth. There seems to be like a purpose about that. You see a couple of parties of adventurers. You can't really make out any real features besides like the ones that look like there's one that looks rather lithe, so on and so forth. And then you see a wagon, like a cart that is being pulled by a horse. Very old-timey, what is that called? Oregon Trail look, as it goes southbound and then turns to go not to Knight's Crossing, but it takes the right path to go like down that road that's ahead of Knight's Crossing. And you guys, those things tend to go away a little bit as you guys make your descent onto the road. You're roughly, with a 91, we'll say you are 2 miles-ish away from Pain. Rabe, you would know.
I'm gonna put some pressure down on Calamar, and I'm gonna say, and pretty much, try to redirect his head down and point out the different zombies and their shifty movements, the two kind of groups of adventurers, and then the trader, I'm assuming is a trader. A trader. Yeah, trade.
Yeah, not a
English is
not a
weird.
Paul Revere.
Yeah.
Are they pronounced the same?
Yes.
Trader and trader.
Yep.
God, English is so fucked.
Calamar, him pushing your head down and whatnot, even though he's telling you that, it's more of a hindrance to your flight pattern, as your perception check would tell you. You actually miss most of this shit. You don't see any of these things. As you're like, when he pushes your head down, you kind of like bank a little bit and you steady yourself, because eagles don't really like flap that often. They more or less really glide far distances. And you're like, God damn it. All right. Okay, I get it. There's things down there, or what have you.
And did you? I know you said he knows, but do I know we're 2 hours from Pain?
You don't know. You don't know that you're 2 miles from Pain.
All right. Well, I just tell him what I see.
All right, fine. Don't fucking push me. God damn. Do you want to go down there? Like, my neck is like how I fly this shit. Like, if I move my neck, wait, sorry, someone left. Yeah, see, you know, if we go down, you want to go down? Start buzzing down.
The old,
the cheeks.
As he begins making the nosedive, the old timey 2 bomber sound.
Yeah. Yeah.
An aircraft carrier just suddenly appears and gets blown up by another eagle. That
Oh my god, a national tragedy.
Hey, there's a traitor. Or you said traitor. Let's kill him. What?
Yeah, there's a traitor, and
Let's go save him.
I don't think he's in danger.
Well, there's zombies. I don't know the reference of how far away these things are. So zombies and then traitor. We gotta land soon. It's getting near.
Are the zombies anywhere near an adventuring group or the guy in the wagon?
They're kind of near the adventuring group when you like as you guys are seeing that. The wagon itself is a ways farther south.
The wagon would be off course, and I don't know how we'd tell the alchemist.
Just like do the like screeching
Oh,
yeah.
And then like I don't know, like fly up to him and then like bank off and then down to like
if he so is that what you're doing?
Actually no, I'll just fly up next to him, like talk to him. You probably gotta yell.
Alchemist, what did you say your name was?
Dude, he is. I mean,
rude, man, rude.
The wind, as you guys are, yeah.
Really project the user.
Falcor!
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Can I hear him through the... I mean, we're going 50 feet. We're going 50 feet every 6 seconds. This is not like Mach 2, but this is also isn't like...
You ever ridden a motorcycle with the helmet off?
Yeah.
Yeah. You can hear him, but you really have to yell in order to... Oh
it's more of hand gestures. Like, that's why they do that.
You could do that. So they approach next to you. Rabe, as your Superman flying, I can only assume. And you look over, and Fayte goes, bah, 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 bah. And you hear him say what he says. Kyle, what does Fayte say?
That there's some roaming packs of zombies, 2 groups of we'll say visitors or travelers or adventurers, and what seems to be a caravan below. Calamar's wondering if we should go or help one of them or go to one of them or what have you.
If Ray can hear all this, Ray would move closer to Calamar, like maybe above, and like slightly behind Fayte on Calamar's back, so that way it's not as hard. And just say, if your sense of justice means that much to you, then let's do it. But otherwise, it's the Deadwoods. They came here. They know what they are handling.
So that is said by Rabe. What say the party?
I mean, the caravan might possibly be up for trade, and we seem to have things we want to get rid of. Otherwise, I don't really care about the adventurers, like he said.
So I'm about halfway or more than halfway through my my casting.
It's
So
almost about time for you to land. Like,
Yeah, I'm gonna start just going down as soon as that interaction's done, and then start heading towards whichever party is closer. I don't know I probably can't see.
We have a choice here. Would you guys, let's do this out of character. Would you guys, if you guys are going to go to one of these two things, would you, or one of these three, would you rather go towards the horde of zombies, the adventuring parties, or would you rather go towards the caravan? Or the wagon, I should say.
I would vote the wagon or the parties.
Rabe is going to suggest the wagon, unless, like he said, unless their like voice of morality tells them to go save the adventure. They're in the Deadwoods. Like, this is, it's known dangerous territory. Rabe knows it's dangerous. Everyone else should as well, at least in Rabe's mind. So Rabe is like, they know what's going to happen here. And if they've made it this far, it's not like they haven't encountered something at this point. So let them be. But if they want to land at the caravan, Rabe is just going
to. And Calamar?
Yeah, caravan.
Okay. So everybody's got at least a partial vote for going to the carriage. Sorry, I got to stop calling it a caravan. It is a carriage.
Yeah, caravan is like multiple things.
Right. So, yeah, you're gonna start when as you know you're about to like be out of your polymorph. You start to bank down, start going closer towards this carriage. Are you guys just gonna like fucking basically like land right around it?
I think Rabe is gonna show him like proper landing is like slowing down as you go lower, because as you go lower, you're going to gain speed, pick up speed. But as you get lower, like glide down for like 100 feet or so, and then slowly bring feet onto the ground and like drag yourself to a stop, kind of. But Rabe is also a two-legged birdman, so
like
his flight is a little bit different
than you. So I'm probably just gonna fucking try.
You have 90 feet of movement.
He has 80. Here's the thing. Here's the thing. Okay, as an eagle, you kind of intuitively know how to use your body to just land, right? But the question is, are you guys going to just go and like slam down like right next to him, and like here we go, or like are you guys going? You know, how do you approach?
I'm gonna make the call where I land right in front of the carriage, like 30-40 feet, and like fucking like slide land, like, then as the dust like kicks up, I'm gonna drop the polymorph. So Fayte and I will be standing in front of this this carriage as it's coming towards us.
Perfect. And then Rabe, are you gonna be doing more of a gentle landing, or are you gonna be landing
Rabe,
in front of the carriage right next to them?
No. Rabe, being an experienced flyer, would know you don't want to surprise these people, because more than likely they're going to get hostile because a giant flying creature just flew down, or a birdman in my case. So Rabe is probably going to more or less like circle, like not circle around, but like airport landing behind it, and then like land, like glide down next to them, and then land next to them.
Really creep them out before you land.
So
fly
it's
around them like buzzards, and then
No,
God.
Airport.
that's
So
airport
so
landing,
what you're
if you're
saying
coming in from the
is
north
that
and the landing strip is on the left, is
you're
going to the south. You do a semicircle
I
around.
played
Okay.
Microsoft Flight Simulator.
hold on a
right?
sec.
All
So
right,
what
well,
you're
suck my
telling
fucking
me is
ball.
what you're telling me is that this is
airplane, sir.
is that it's a mocha americano, right?
Uh-huh.
It's not a caramel frappuccino.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, or a macchiato. It is an americano.
Orange
Gotcha.
mocha
So-
frappuccino
Gotcha.
gasoline fight.
So luckily for you guys, he's good, and with my help, he could be the best. As this reaction of one part superhero landing, one part, as you guys drop, you notice a interesting individual. This interesting individual has a darker skin complexion with a white with like a whiter shock of pulled back hair that's kind of like blown out, almost like Hanzo from Overwatch, like a bit of a longer ponytail deal. He's got full color, by the way. He's got a white, really not frilly shirt, but like a loose, almost like a swashbuckler shirt, with these two leather straps that kind of cross over the front. He has a single shoulder pauldron that looks like it's made out of some sort of like bronze or brass. And he's got a couple like little like dangly chains and whatnot. And you see around his neck is actually what looks like a snake. And he's got all sorts of like rope fashioned around him. And there is a huge stack of papers that kind of fits almost like a cartographer's set, what you would imagine like big rolled up like prints or whatever that seem to be set in the front of his thing. And he looks kind of like Mahermbler. Sec. All right. And he goes like this. All right, and you kicked artwork, and hey, yeah. So he looks kind of like this.
I like him.
Younger. He's got looks to be not really like road worn or anything like that, but as you could tell, he does have a slight little bit of like a marring of some sort of a relatively fresh scar underneath his cheekbone, and he kind of. Whoa, that was impressive, my friends. Wow. You are an elf? Oh. And he seems to be shocked.
Not one, but two. And I pull back my long, flowing red locks.
And an
Greetings!
An autumn eldrin? Do you come from the south? By Pickett's
Yes.
Run?
That's precisely where we have come from. We've landed ourselves here, and we've been in some trouble. Please wait for our friend to kindly land. I'm a spellcaster. I was losing concentration. Spell. It has a duration. Are you familiar with spellcasting?
Yeah, yes. I'm not as far along in my studies to be able to transmute my form, but
You'll get there.
One moment, Eldrin. Elf.
My name is Fayte. I'm not from here. How
I
long
would say not.
would you say that you're a trader?
Fate. No, Fate. I am simply an adventurer.
Very loyal.
Boys, we have found a discovery, and out of the back of this wagon I
Damn it!
covered. And you see out of the back, you hear, yeah, what kind of a discovery we got over here, huh? Hold on a sec.
Hey, they got Gabagoo.
He goes, what kind of a discovery are you proclaiming that we have back here? And then you also hear, likewise, is a little out of the back of this wagon. You see hops out. At first, he looks very interesting. A taller fella. He has this pompadour sort of haircut that is very far forward. Rather, what's the word? Call it. What's the
Phallic.
flamboyant? We'll call it. He's wearing a black leather like overcoat, but the overcoat like kind of ends at his waist. He's also wearing what looks like not quite leather, but something akin to like a canvas, rather bluish in tone, and these really, really shiny like finery boots as he pops out, and you see these dark tinted spectacles on his eyes as they hide his rather skeletal-like face. And you see, hiya, this guy. Right now. As he kind of comes out and he's like,
he's super cool.
he's like, I don't think, wait, is that a fucking elf? Oh my god. And then, meet Mert. You guys see a tiny, small, like whirring mechanical being come out, and it's kind of macabre. It's actually wearing what is obviously the skinned face of a bear over its metallic robot like head, covered like clothed in all sorts of like leather. Well, Fayte would know as like ranger clothing, like pelts, light armors, a bow in one hand, but also this weird odd contraption of a bow that like a short bow that kind of sticks off of this metallic armature off of its back, as you guys see this guy. Meet Mert.
Own him.
Huh?
Need him in my life.
We're kidnapping him.
Well, and you see
Graham's
all
not
of
going to say that.
just even the little meat mert like stops, and you just hear as like these clearly malfunctioning, almost like servos of his eyes like start to rotate, and you see them like growing these apertures to like take in the sight. The guy that's actually riding the or driving this carriage, it's like, my name is Laren. Fayte. Do you come from a house of elves?
Yes. I come from House Atreus.
Fayte Atreus.
Yes.
You're the Fayte Atreus.
You've heard of me?
The guy behind him goes, Laren, is this your quest? Your big quest as a courier? He's like, Oslo, silence, please. Yes, this was what the Triumvirate tasked me to find. I didn't know it was an elf.
Kind of tilts his head. To find me, do you have something from me from the Hylican?
The Hylican, is that what they were called? They referred to themselves as the Triumvirate. 3 older? It's hard to tell. elves with well, they didn't look like elves, but clearly they had to be in disguise of some sort. They were 3 older gentlemen.
Do I know what they're talking about?
Make a history check. With advantage. While this is happening, Rabe, you walk up on scene. Because I think you said that you were approaching from the back and then coming around, swinging around the front, right? Okay. Are you just letting this whole deal happen?
I think Rabe would like come around the party and then like, are you guys new to the Deadwood?
Sorry, Birdman. This may very well be the most important quest of my life.
What is your...
Calamar, anything you're doing?
Oh, I thought they would be more impressed that I had pointy ears too, but I mean, hey, this is a
Perhaps you
negotiation
all-
tactic. I kind of like whispered to, like under my breath, to Fayte. Well, they're not attacking us and they're not running us over, so humor them a little bit. If not, then we can make a break for it. Or we can always fly away.
If this has something to do with my family or my amalgamate, my
Amalgamation?
amalgamation or my consortium, I can't.
Still not sure if that's the right word. Let's just go talk to them.
I am talking to them.
I mean, let's go closer. We're like 40 feet away. This is kind of like we're yelling at each other.
Well, I'm trying to did my history check pass? I don't know
Right.
if I remember what this triumphant is.
So there's within your house, right? You guys are obviously taught the structure of not your house, but the entire of the consortium, right? What are the 3 main heads? Are the 3 heads of the 3 main families, the 3 largest families?
Of the 3 largest?
Yes, the 3 most prominent, I should say.
Right now the largest is the Invictus.
Okay.
And then it would be Mithras.
Okay.
And then us, Astraeus.
So it's not out of the norm for the 3 most prominent to not like to kind of consort with each other more than the not lesser 2, but the lesser prominent 2, seeing as how obviously the bigger and more powerful you are, the more we'll call it like seats in the Senate you get, give or take, right? And
Yeah,
so
the
these
Grand Elders, yeah, that's what they
Right.
go by.
and so these, you could see a point where, and historically speaking, there might be some precedents where people may have called it a triumvirate of the 3 large houses, like largest houses, or again most prominent ones. It's not really like when you left it. That's not really how that whole thing went down. Like it was relatively equivalent, but it's not outside of the realm of possibility that a triumvirate would have been formed for one reason or another within the collective consortium.
Yeah, because how they work is, however much your family contributes to the entire whole, the one who contributes the most gets to be the leader for the next like 1,000 years.
Sure.
So, and however much you have given to the whole, that's kind of your ranking. So
like it's not outside of the realm of possibility that that like there is a ranking for how much you are able to proffer to the pool of the entire consortium. So the 3 most profitable houses would likely potentially form some sort of a triumvirate, which is just a power of 3. That's what you get from your history check with advantage.
Okay, so what was the last thing he said?
He said that the triumvirate had sought out, or had quested him to seek out Fayte of House Astrius. Fayte Astrius.
Atreus. Did my father send you?
I don't know who your father is. It was not particularly, how do we put this?
Clear.
A need to know basis. And
Yes.
I, being a courier, don't need to know.
Yes, that does sound like them. You said your companion said you had a message for.
No, I am a courier. I bring things.
I see. And what thing have you brought?
1 sec. And he's going to start rifling through his bag. While that happens, you see beep, burp, beep, burp, beep, burp, beep, burp.
And with what Calamar said, I also might appear to be being rude. This is my companion, Calamar, and our new companion, Rabe. He is a denizen of this forest and is a talented alchemist. Me and Calamar birth mercenaries here on a job. And as he's saying this, he's getting closer to them, like walking towards them.
Okay. As you are walking closer, getting closer, you see, kind of walking, not really like towards you, but more past you is this little robotic bear. This thing is like tiny. It's no more than like 3 feet tall. It almost looks like a little Ewok. As it kind of and it walks past you towards your companions, and it's as it looks to Harmony, Calamar, and Rabe, and the dude in the back, Oslo, as he was called by this Laren, kind of leans up against the carriage and is like, well, fuck it. And he starts smoking. He goes, you know, I wouldn't believe my eyes if I had any.
Wait, elves?
Can I get a vibe check on like, are they like nervous? Like if they're kind of like, oh yeah, relaxing poses. Gotcha.
You want to do like a group check, or just on Oslo?
Yeah. First on the one that's not a group check. Probably see like their demeanor, if they're like we got him. He's here. Sort of thing.
Okay. Insight check, and then Rabe.
Just gotta get our big fucking rope out.
Yeah. It's a tiny net. It works because it's tiny.
Yes. They'll never see it coming.
It's a perfect trap. And then Rabe, you were gonna say something?
Are elves not common where you are from? Or is it because of the purple? Is the indigo? Is that what does it for you?
Who are you talking to?
Them as a whole, but more specifically Oslo. He seems to be the most taken aback by it.
Laren is the one in the carriage that's like rifling through, that was astonished to see Fayte. Oslo definitely seems shocked to see an elf, or at least he did when, all that stuff. And then this other small bear
The cutie
looking robot is
cutie patootie.
yeah, it's just kind of like
Listen, he is fucking adorable.
Penguin walking.
Cuddles a lot.
yeah.
Yeah.
Well, you see Oslo.
That's not his name. Well, we'll be soon.
I mean, these guys seem pretty on the level, Calamar. Like I don't know. They're not like nobody's got their hands close to weapons. You know what I mean?
They seem like, genuinely excited to like accomplish the goal.
Right. Oslo's kind of like. Wait, what did you ask, Ray? Or what did Rabe ask? Oh, is it whether or not elves were common?
Yeah, are elves not common where you are from, or is it is it the purple? Is it the indigo that doesn't color unique?
I was always told as he's like smoking a cigarette and his hand is all like waving around, you know what I mean? Like he's very handsy with his communication. He's like, I was always
Italian Denny's participant. Like
exactly. I was always told they were extinct or whatever. But man, oh man, this is one to drink through, and I don't even have a throat, you know? As he's clearly a skeleton, you know.
Oh, I still throat. I'm remembering that.
In a greaser.
I mean, Rabe's never seen an astro elf, has he?
No.
Nope.
You would have been the first one, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
As he gets close to them, he stops like 10 feet away.
Okay.
And says, because he just introduced his friends, and since you seem to know of me, I will say my full title. I am Fayte Atreus, son of Arcturus Atreus of House Atreus, of the original bloodline bearer Arinadel Astreus.
That is spectacular. Okay, and you see he kind of turns and produces this kind of it's almost like a scroll rolled up shakily, doesn't hand it over, but he kind of unravels it, and he says, I, Laren, the Nameless, am hereby tasked by the Triumvirate to serve you this scroll. This scroll, upon render, is to be your duty, and your duty alone, on pain of death, by Triumvirate. By uttering the preamble, I have relinquished my own... What's that word?
You're being served papers.
I have relinquished... I have relinquished custody of this paper and am resuming role as a resident courier. And he looks to you and goes, does that make any sense to you?
Yes.
Excellent. So, Fayte Asterisk, and he goes through your entire title. As he says Fayte Asterisk, you would hear the triplicate resonation of spellcasting, and you would see his chest would kind of like glow with a some sort of an arcane sigil, and the scroll itself glows briefly and then dims back down. And he proffers it to you, completely wide-eyed.
He takes it.
Ugh.
He does like the...
Thank you.
Thank you. He he's gonna walk. He's gonna walk away.
Could I
Fayte.
ask you a question? Fayte, Astris.
Yes, I'll be back.
All right.
He doesn't stop. He goes away so no one can like be around him.
Okay.
I'm sorry. I go up to Laren. I'm like, hey, I'm sorry. I guess he's really excited. I mean, I almost counterspelled whatever you just did because I was really nervous that, you know, you're going to like trick him or something, but he seemed fine.
Once he's like 30 feet away, he'll open it.
Okay.
Good to meet you. Calamar, by the way. Small talk.
Ooh, Calamar. That is not a typical Autumn Eldrin name.
Thanks.
As typical as it can be.
Yeah.
You come from the village to the south, just outside of the Glasslands?
Yeah. Beautiful.
Wow. Were you ever approached by the Silver Templars Knights?
You know, I tried to just stay away from them. You know, I'm kind of more of a free spirit, kind of on my own, like, spirit journey. Just trying to experience life. You know what? I met a Alhoon not too long ago. That was not a good time.
What's an Alhoon?
You know what that is? Oh, it's a bad thing. Never mind. I hope you never meet one.
What? How would I know? What is it?
It's like an undead, like squid man, like lich person.
Oh, an illithid.
But like a lich.
Oh,
So like bad and then bad, right? That's bad.
Yes. Well,
So undead.
okay.
Lich, undead mind.
Sure.
Yeah.
Dangerous.
Dangerous. Yeah. This whole area has been bad. You guys have your color. You guys are pretty deep. We've only been here for about 5 or so days. What's your
Oslo and Teddy are very handy with bringing the carriage up. And the carriage has kept us relatively quick afoot to escape most of the dangers.
That's smart. Have you heard of Timothy Baker?
No.
He's a caravan driver. He's the only great person that we met.
Oh yeah, there's not too many of them.
Are you guys heading to Pain? We're pretty close. Or are you guys gonna take off?
Well, they were going to head towards Hex Ascension to take care of whatever their business was, and I was sent here to forfeit that scroll to a Fayte Astrius by 3 old men that prophesied a great coming.
Oh, that's really cool. Have you seen the weird shape of these trees? And as I like kind of point to the trees near where Fayte is, I want to cast the detect thoughts, and then I want to dig deep.
You want to just immediately?
Yeah, because I want to see if he's like when he sees him like near the trees, where he's like,
right.
But there's my blah 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 blah.
So you immediately go in for your surface thoughts first, right? And then you're going to immediately try to press in beyond that.
Yeah, to see if there's any like, because I'm very leery about like him, and then if there's any subconscious things of the scroll.
It's not so much that there's nothing there. You are physically rebuffed back.
Oh shit.
As you go to press in, and you would hear this like, and he kind of looks as if like he had just been like pushed on the shoulder. He kind of turns back towards you, goes, "Were you attempting to read my mind?"
Yes, I was. Yep, you got me. I mean, I don't know what's going on with the scroll. Like, we came down, that you guys...
be readying for combat right now?
I mean, no. I mean, as long as you're honest. Are you trying to hurt us?
I'm
I'll
a
do the like.
courier, and you just tried to force yourself into me.
Yeah, kind of dirty when you say it like
Are
that.
you dangerous?
But I can be. That's why I want to be prepared. Because if you're not prepared out here, you die.
Can I try
Try what?
to force myself into you? For sport. If you are arcanely trained,
Yeah, you can try. Let's give it a whirl.
okay.
Peanuts, peanut butter, peanuts, peanut butter, peanuts, peanut butter.
I need you to make me a wisdom saving throw.
Okay.
You have to beat a 17.
Okay. Normal. Ooh, I did not make it.
As he goes, what he says to you, he looks and he goes, resonate opportunity, resonate revealing, and he pulls like this. You failing your wisdom saving throw have to tell him your true name fully.
Calamar Anguli, master scrivener of the Anguli tribe, librarian, architect, and subverter of what's the word? I didn't write down my title.
Right. You give him your full, like the full Monty of everything, and now you really like this guy.
Ooh.
You are effectively charmed mechanically by him.
Ooh.
With no discernible ability from anybody to note that while your back is turned to everybody.
Mm-hmm.
And he goes,
yeah, but he just stated his full name and title. So
did Fayte.
Rabe. Yeah, but Fayte did it willingly. Oh, well, actually.
And you also just watched this interaction magically between these two. And you watched Calamar do that. Like admit to, yeah, let's go ahead and try this out friendly enough, right?
Oh,
you are trained in mind magic. Fascinating.
Oh, no, sir. Are you of a tradition? And he looks around and he says that.
I mean, that's what you just did.
No. I am privy to a very rare tradition of magic. You might say one thought dead. It is, and he leans in really close, the magic of names. For instance, and he is going to... Okay. He's going to go, Oslo. Yeah, what do you want? And he is going to cast Firebolt at Oslo. And as he says it, he says, give me what remains, friend. And he is going to hit him with the attack, which is going to be willingly received. So he is going to do 2d10 fire damage. As you see Oslo go, what are you... Oh, fuck. And you see, literally, as this thing makes contact, in the instant, you see fire go right back into his mouth, and he's like... And you see he's got this almost aura of fire that just sort of floats around him. I can heal because I know his name.
Wow.
I have learned resonance.
That is quite amazing. I've never heard of anything.
It's
I have
called
scoured books of ancient tomes.
onomancy. It was taught to me by an angel. I am
Wow.
sorry, my friend. And he turns to Oslo and he says, please, be well. And he's going to heal him with healing word. Anyways, you were saying.
I am taken aback. Out of, well, at least I know that you're not trying to hurt us. So so an angel told you to give this scroll to our friend here?
No, an angel gave me the books to learn onomancy, but 3 old men told me to take that scroll to Fayte. To what end, I don't know. I'm just one piece of the puzzle. The sages, and he immediately goes, sages, they were very ornery. They were grumpy and rude. It seemed like they didn't know.
2 players ready for an adventure. 3 sages ready for the quest.
Yeah, exactly. I found it in a book by Ivan Van Norman.
Well, would you like to accompany us to Pain? And do you need a job? Would you like to make? Do you want to make some money? Like, there's some good work in this trade out here. If you just completed one job, you double down. You know, you ever heard of the Black Veil or Arcane Eye?
I've heard of the Arcane Eye. There's an Arcane Eye headquarters by where I grew up, but Black Veil, not so much. I just completed the quest of a lifetime, and I don't know where to go from here. Speaking of which, Rabe, you've got a little tiny robot bear in front of you, just kind of eyeballing you. You're muted.
Rabe was staring as, I mean, it might not be true in this world, but where Rabe comes from, names are pretty powerful. So Rabe just watched 2 people full on just go about their names, and he's just like, but. And then when he sees the bear, when he sees a bear, Rabe will be like, yeah, do you need something, little one?
It just kind
Do
of...
you need a hug? I could give you a hug.
Give me a persuasion check. At disadvantage.
Damn it.
Aren't you a 7-foot tall birdman as well? So we got 2 7 feet tall people plus what is Fayte? 5'11", 6'2", somewhere in there?
I mean, he's an elf, so I'll say like 6 foot something.
All right.
So, how's the 17 look?
Elves are tall, right? Is that D&D? Because I know that's other things, but I don't know if that's D&D.
You tell me. How tall is he? Lock it in.
Well, 6 foot.
All right. Because I mean, drow are like 5'9" on average, and high elves are like somewhere in the range of like 6'4", and then wood elves are like human sized, like 5'11".
Base elves are 10 feet tall,
but also super. You know, so they kind of run the gamut, just like people.
Yeah,
they're like people plus.
Yeah.
People plus.
Yeah. So
elf from people plus.
At first, this little tiny bear robot thing just kind of like looks back, turns back to Oslo, and he's like, "Yeah, I mean, I don't know. It's up to you. Do what you want to do. I don't
I mean, I am not trying to push my agenda, but uh, sometimes you need break from moment to forget about not the smartest things happening. So, especially, I mean, look, it is so cute. It's like Corby almost, but a little bit cute. Yeah.
You're getting
So I like.
Um,
I know I was. I
as-
realized that and continued going down the rest, and I'm like, oh shit. I need some-
Oslo's fixing. You see, Oslo takes off his like destroyed sunglasses, and you see he starts to like cast a spell himself, and he reforms them and puts them on. I was like, God damn. All right. Well, at any rate, just don't push the button on his lower back.
What's
Don't
in
do
the
it.
sex mode?
Don't. Yeah.
Sex robot. Sex robot.
It ain't consensual. Fayte.
My name is Pesto.
So you walk away, and you unroll a scroll. When you look down at the scroll, you see the preamble as you're unrolling this thing of what was read, and you notice that as the text is sort of like dissolving away, you see a very interesting thing. It looks like your what's it called? The consortium's symbol, right? What is that? Is that like all of the house symbols together in one big circle with like a pile of gold coins in the middle? Or
It would be an H, a stylized H, with kind of a planetary belt around it with stars.
okay, yeah. So you see that symbol as you continue to scroll down, and then there's this big body of text that effectively tells you that you are about to run out on your vehicle's extended warranty, and they have been trying to get a hold of you regarding.
Oh fuck yes! You got served papers, dude.
That's what it
Money,
says. There's a line that says that you can opt out of this, but you have to call a number and put yourself on the do not call list.
Vehicle.
Yeah, you're Peggy.
He's just
Astral Peggy.
staring at it. Is it code?
Nope.
Not that you've ever seen. That would be a really weird code.
I love the silence that Anthony is like broadcasting.
It says.
It literally says, we have been trying to contact you about your vehicle's extended warranty. You are about to run out of coverage. And then we have tried several attempts to alert you at your home. You can place yourself on the do not call list if you do not wish to continue to receive the benefits. But you have to call this number.
I write down that number in his notebook.
Okay. Yeah, it's. Well, let me see. 488 390 5555 extension 102 dot 004. Zero 05. No, I'm kidding. Not the 05 at the end.
He wraps up the scroll.
Bullshit.
Puts it in his bag. Walks back to the group.
So Laren in the front is like, I hope it was good news.
Yes. You wouldn't happen to have a phone that works, do you?
What's a phone?
Was there anything else you were given?
That was it. And then I was told to find Fayte Astrias.
And that's all the information you were given.
They told me to go to the Deadwoods, and I would find him. These 3 ornery old men called themselves the Triumvirate.
So you saw these old men.
Yes, they approached me at my house.
What did
Shortly after I found out about this book from the angel.
How long ago would you say that was?
Months ago.
I haven't been here for months.
Nope. You've only been here for like, what, 2 weeks? Not even? Like a week?
These 3 old men, were they human?
They seemed to be. They wore very simple canvas, like cloth sack robes with a single rope tie. All 3 of them were bald with very long beards. One was white, one was red, one was brown. I committed it to memory.
The elders of my clan would never come to this brine realm. But most of my...
What happened to your people? Where did the elves go?
I don't know where the elves have gone. I'm an astral elf. I'm not from this realm.
But you are an elf.
Yes.
You may be the only elf on this world.
The Eladrin, you don't count them as elves?
No. They are fae. Like sprites and yeth hounds. Ugh.
Well, you wouldn't know of my kind from being here. In my ancient bloodline barrow, I doubt you know them as well.
I know next to nothing about elves besides what the stories that have been passed down verbally almost exclusively about elves. So you're right, I know nothing about your kind. But you are an elf. Pointy ears, the slender, youthful face.
Yes, I just turned 2010 not too long ago.
Are you sure it wasn't 2032, 2 months ago?
2032. Yes.
Jesus fucking Christ, dude.
I have sticky notes. Wow.
My name is Fayte.
Can you impart me with any information or knowledge that might help me gain leverage for the simple life of... I only have, 40, 60 years tops left? How can I go beyond? How can I be better than your run-of-the-mill humans?
I would say, is that truly what you want?
Is that not what everybody wants? Is to be as well as they can?
Well, being as well as you can doesn't necessarily mean living forever.
But I'll take any opportunity I can to better myself and to better my standard of living.
How old are you?
21. I've only been alive for 5 years.
Don't you mean you've been alive for 21 years?
No. Everybody starts at 16 years old. It's common.
Oh, that's common, Fate.
Yeah.
They just
I forgot
listen.
you
Listen.
made it
Women
just
get
5 years ago.
get pregnant, and then out comes a 16-year-old. Hey, give me a bid, daddy.
Somebody must have made a really odd deal with some very powerful being to make no children happen. He doesn't say.
He doesn't say.
Ecology is a
dialect.
bitch. No, he's like, I'm 21 years old.
What do you enjoy doing?
It seems my life has been on a trajectory that I have not been party to. Everything so far has happened just because it was fated to. Ironically enough, I am, as far as I could tell, the last onomancer. I was prophesied to by 3 old men months ago that I would meet an elf named Fayte, Astrius, in the Deadwoods, and here you are. The prophecy completed. I don't know the next leg of the journey. But I have completed a quest.
Did you bring the book with you?
It sounds like you're hoping that I'm going to give you a follow-up quest.
I mean,
This
you
is
can
it?
come with us to Pain, or you can. Hey,
It
there's
was just a
better
fetch quest, and
opportunities.
now my destiny is open? That seems unlikely.
All of our destinies are open,
hey,
kid. You don't
that's
need
how
to be
it
told
works.
you don't need to be told what to do.
You pick and
in
choose your
order to have-
jobs from this point. You
don't-
just got a lot of experience getting here, and the reward was getting here.
Don't need to be told what to do to have an adventure, kid. You can go have one of your own. I thank you for your provided service and your giving me of this scroll.
Hey, you could always join the Kindled Orchids, and I put my hand on Fate's shoulder.
That's your party name?
I mean, we're workshopping. Does that sound cool?
Are you workshopping or are you the Kindled Orchids?
I mean,
We're
right,
we're
you tell
shopping
me,
around.
did that
We're-
sound cool? Did you like it?
We were the orchid yesterday, I guess. He's testing out kindred orchids.
Oh,
I mean, we talked about orchids sounded nice, but it was just
you want to add an umph around it.
yeah, an umph. Yeah.
well, I find myself without purpose currently.
Well, until you figure that out, you should hang out. We're going to Pain. I guess it's pretty cool. I'm trying to find some vellum and some ink. You don't have any that I could buy from you?
For spells?
Yeah.
I don't have any, but I could always use some. Yeah, of course.
I mean, that's where I'm. Rabe, our friend here, is.
Would you be
familiar with
willing
these
to
parts.
teach me spells?
Yeah. Yes. I even have an old book you can look over.
What?
The Altoons book. I mean, I got a copy from it first, and then you can copy from it. But there's some high level stuff in here.
Oslo's like, I mean, what's this pain like?
I mean,
I don't
is a
really
town
know.
going to
Rabe, do
its-
you want to chime in? What's Pain like? I've never been there.
Wonderful place. You will love it. I promise it. And if you don't have to go there again. But
right.
I enjoy my time there. Eridan's not here yet.
Like,
I enjoy my time
side
there.
check on
But-
Rabe.
Eridan is going to take some time to get here to tell you his experiences. But there are many like him there.
I'm
And
sorry,
they
Eric
are
Cochran.
wonderful.
I don't mean to interrupt you, but I wish to learn from mostly the elf, as your people are pleasant over at Mount Acerin. I'll give them that. But less rare than the last or only elf on the planet. Elf.
Rabe is
Fayte.
going to pat Fate's back, like on the shoulder. Fate here knows everything. He is amazing, is he not? Pat him.
Hey. Pain is a city of the Shadow Archive. Apparently, at one point, it was destroyed by Lord Sanguius, and shadows overtook Sanguius and turned him into a huge shadow. It's run by a tired-looking middle-aged Lord Commander, looking like a paladin, but also becomes something of a Nightwalker. I don't know if I know that. But it's a city ran by the Shadow Archive. Apparently it deals in, say, specialties of flesh. But a part of the, you could say, quest that we're on has us going there next to talk to our employers and to possibly trade in order to defeat a Lord Magus.
Wait, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but can you talk faster, please?
No. A Lord Magus.
I'm falling asleep with your ASMR fucking bullshit.
What?
Can you tell me the reason for this?
Let's. So you're going to trade carnal pleasures for means to destroy a Lord Magus?
I really hope not. We hope to trade various antiquities that we've picked up since we have adventured.
What do you have for trade? I mean, I don't have much,
buttholes.
but what do you have? You have buttholes?
Calamar.
We're going to trade entrance, aka my dick.
We do have that weapon. Do you? I mean, what do you got for trade? So we got a sentient magic weapon. It's very painful if you touch it if you're not like in its
Good graces.
good graces. Yeah.
Ooh.
We also have a magical axe and a short sword.
Should we go to Pain? I can show you the items that I have on the way there. I mean,
Sure. You got room on
and
the
he looks back to Oslo, and Oslo's like, I mean, we don't gotta beat a Hex Ascension for like another 3 days. We would have been there with more than enough time. So, I mean, I'm good to go chill at whatever Pain is.
Well, pit stop.
Yes, and along the way, do you mind if you tell me what you know about the Prime?
Sure. I've only ever been on the western coast, and I came through the back entrance of the Deadwoods, which was dicey at best. But yeah, we could totally tell you what I know of the Prime Realm. Would that be a trade?
The back entrance, you say? Where is that?
It's the butthole. It's on the western. It's on the western side.
So you don't like to take it from the front. You like to sneak in towards the back.
Well, is this information that I'm trading? Is this a commodity that you're willing to pay for?
This.
Like,
Rabe is going to look to both. Rabe is going to look to both Calamar and Fayte. This is my business. I sell information, yeah? And
Why do
he
you sell us
has
that?
Well, you didn't rightfully ask for information.
Oh.
And I mean, listen, if you want me to tell you the 10 ways to pleasure an elf the best way, I can tell you how to pleasure a shadow.
I think
Do not
I
worry.
think I heard something about pain, so I think I might need to pay for that. Can I buy that for 5 gold?
Who are you asking? Rabe?
Rabe, yeah.
How to pleasure an elf?
Yes.
Well, see, you can't
So,
just learn it from me.
Elf. We're gonna-
Regardless,
You have to learn from my book.
fuck, regardless of all of that,
50 Shades of Elf.
fucking Teddy, you hear beat bird, climbs around the back up into the covered wagon. Oslo kind of like, all right, well, just so you know, my seat, dibs on the front right seat. This
Sure.
is my carriage. Let's not forget
That's
this,
fine.
all right? Perfect. And I smoke with the windows up.
Great.
you
I look
on-
over to Teddy. I don't fucking like you.
Teddy literally just looks at you and goes,
How dare you?
he goes, Oslo's like, well, this is going to be a fun ride. You guys like to do drugs?
I love drugs.
Perfect.
Just
Not
finished my giant meat. Have you ever eaten giant?
Like Hill Giant, it stinks.
Yeah, it's all stinks. They sweat a lot.
Yeah, they're really
Much.
gross.
Yeah, we just ate that. That was kind of like drugs.
Hill Giants? Gross. Why would you eat it? It stinks.
Undead frost giants. You haven't been here long.
Ew.
Yeah.
I mean, zombies aren't like only here, but like a zombie giant? Ew. Gross.
It was actually surprisingly good.
So I'm
I-
assuming you guys are all going to pile in, right?
Yeah.
As you guys are doing that, Laren is going to look to Fayte. Like, would you like to ride up front? I'm the one driving. To Fayte.
Oh, yeah. Yes, and you can tell me. We can discuss payment for any information. You can tell it to me very slowly while I write it down.
Things are looking up. All right.
Yes.
So you guys get in. The first thing that you note is that the horse that's pulling this thing, when he goes to or whatever, right? The horse itself starts to have this like almost like slight radiant glow underneath it, as it begins to actually move. It's like, all right, things are looking up as the wagon then pulls a sharp U-turn and turns back around. You're gonna have to tell me where pain is, because I'll get lost pretty easily in here. So
I will.
From the air, pain was that direction.
right,
Rabe is going to, like, not peek his head, but like a child in the backseat trying to get the attention of the parents. Rabe is like gonna peek between the two of them. I have been there before. Would you like me to point out the directions for you?
talking to Larry.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm sorry. I know I'm not an elf, but we are going to go visit a village of them, so.
Ooh, and he looks to you and he goes, you see he starts saying like, what is he? You guys know what's that fucking parcel tongue?
Mello.
You know
Yeah.
parcel tongue, right? He says to you, Rabe, in Auran, which sounds very airy, like an airy parcel tongue. He says to you, no offense for the comments earlier. I simply wanted to learn about the elf as much as I can. So, unless anybody else speaks Auran, that's only between you two.
Counterspell.
You cast counterspell.
No.
Rabe goes to talk, and then his
But there'd
voice
be that,
shuts
like,
off.
Oh, okay.
Rabe
no.
chokes and then dies.
Don't choke on your aspiration.
So you guys are gonna point him in the way. I want everybody to make me a survival check, please.
Hell yeah.
As you guys are going, huh?
I almost clicked still.
As you guys are going, Oslo looks to you, Calamarmony, and he's like, "So, Argenti, what's that like? This guy up here, Laren, he won't stop talking about the place. I think he used to come from around those areas. He said something about it being like almost entirely, what are they, like fall people or whatever?
Yeah, it's really nice. Detect thoughts. And I'm just gonna basically just try and repeat all of the
How many
things.
times can you do that a day?
I literally have no idea.
It's a racial
can't
spell.
wait.
You should
I
probably know
can't
about
wait
it, or it's a
until we
racial-
get into pain, and
So
he's
on
just
Foundry, it's
detect
just
that. Detect that.
Yeah,
That
that's
guy
because
over
it
there,
can't differentiate
that.
between a racial quality and a fucking just regular magic spell. Because the,
I can let's see.
you can just cast it at second level. Okay,
Yeah.
requiring no, I think no, fucking verbal or somatic, or I mean no, with no components. I think that's your sub race ability.
It's on my spell list right now.
If you go to features, oh wait, in Foundry or
Yeah,
in
there it's at the very top. Innate spellcasting.
okay,
You're already
gotcha.
concentrating. You want to end concentration?
Oh yeah, because you were concentrating on the one. Yeah, that should have ended because you got rebuffed.
Right. Yeah.
But yeah. So yeah, you detect thoughts and as you're doing that, like you hear, man, I used to be a Autumn Ellen. Are you pushing deep, or are you just doing surface thoughts?
No, just surface. I'm
Okay.
trying to just like go with the ruse of like
Right.
the things that he knows. Like, yeah, it's just kind of like this, like that. Yeah, right. Totally.
He's like, I remember when I was an Autumn Eldrin. Those were the good days, is what he's like thinking actively. He has like a fucking internal monologue that's going on while he's talking to you. And he's not really giving you any information. He's more asking you, like, when was the last time you were there? What was it like back over there? I've heard it was a safe haven. But inside he's like, man, those were the good old days. Why did I have to get fucking stuck out here where I'm pretty much a fucking nobody? This is bullshit. Oh, well, at least I can tinker.
But the food, though, remember the food?
He's like, nah, I don't really remember the food. In his head, he's like, I've never been to this fucking place, but I mean, Autumn Eldrin food, how bad could it be? It was all right. It was a little bland, but
Pancakes, all pancakes and waffles and chicken. Lots of syrup.
yeah, I wouldn't really know anymore. It's been so long since I've had a tongue.
I'm sorry. Tasting is one of my favorite things I can do. But hey, would you be willing if I could maybe make you a tongue that you could taste with, and then
That's
you
really weird.
keep the tongue?
That's really weird. How would
Yeah.
you go about doing stuff like that?
I don't know, magic, alchemy. I don't know. Figure it out.
Just
I
magic.
mean, yeah. I mean, I've been in possession of quite a few tongues, and I've been very curious if I could
Well, you can,
taste things through other people's palates. Does that make sense?
I mean, sure, that like the concept sounds right, but
Yeah. So why couldn't I make you taste out of a certain type of tongue?
I don't know if you noticed this, but I'm pretty much just like a skeleton. I don't really have any of the things that would be able to
Feel
process.
pain, right? Pain is. You felt pain earlier, right? When he hit you with that firebolt. Does he do that a lot?
Nah, not really.
No. Well, it was very impressive for me because
I mean that on both accounts. Like, I don't really like feel pain. That's more of like I don't want to freak you guys out by just taking a fire blast to the face and then just not being completely stoic, you know, because most people wouldn't take a fire blast to the face and then just sit there and do that. So it's like
you're pantomiming breathing for our benefit.
Right.
Well, I appreciate it, but you know, I don't think less of you. You know, that's fine.
Why did that sound condescending? The whole way you said that was just kind of like oddly I do, but I'm saying I don't. That was really weird.
I just wanted to be more comfortable, but that I got nervous that like you've probably heard that a bunch, and then I doubted what I was saying as I was saying it.
Yeah, okay, that makes sense. That makes sense. Well,
try to be real. I want to make you a tongue. Can I try and make you a tongue?
What does that entail? What are you gonna try to like cut me apart or something? Like I don't.
No,
what does it even mean to make you a tongue?
I have no idea yet.
Cut someone's tongue out and just put it in my mouth? Like that's weird.
And then
you're gonna graft it to my what? My esophagus that I don't have?
Yeah, you know, hey, we can figure this.
You want to just build me a whole new body?
Duct tape, and we'll just duct tape it to the back.
Yeah, that's all we need is just some crazy glue and a tongue, and boom, I can taste now.
I'm curious.
Look, I'm a tinkerer myself. I don't mind trying. I mean, I built Teddy after all.
You looked at him.
Like, yeah, of course. Look at him. That's my building. I mean, once we put the soul in him, he went a little crazy there, and he cut that bear's face off, and he wore it. That was kind of weird.
That's why he looks like that.
Yeah.
As soon as I saw him, I was like, adorable. Then I saw the gore and viscera, and I'm like, I don't trust you.
Yeah.
Trust you. Fuck you, man. But
yeah,
you know,
he was like some kind of a serial killer back when he was alive.
That's why I didn't
know that. Yeah, I didn't know that, but he seems relatively harmless now.
I mean, if he's honest to his person, then you know it's commendable. But
yeah, honest, right? That's Teddy, good old. You know,
he's sharpening a knife and looking right at me.
Sometimes he just sits there and stares at you. He doesn't make a fucking sound. I don't know if he's off or he's on, but sometimes he just shows up in places, man. I think I might have made a monster. I'm very serious right now. This thing kind of fucking scares me.
Yep, gonna build you a tongue. No problem. I got you.
You're right. Yeah, a tongue. Tongue.
Right eye.
Seriously, you need to help me. I'm so fucking serious. I'm trying to get him to go over here to get that fucking soul out of him. I can't get the soul out of him. I can't kill him. Hey, Teddy. Hey, isn't that right? You're my best friend, right?
I learned a lot.
You see the fucking short bow that's like on an armature. It already is like drawn, right?
Yeah.
And it's just in sentry mode out the back door, but like out the back of the covered wagon. But Teddy is sitting up front, just like no movement, no nothing. Completely looks like a doll. Looks like a large teddy bear. But the blood of a skinned bear head is just like over. He's like, yeah.
All right. Tongue and
so. Yeah, I mean, I've always had
problems
like a
all help.
I've always had like a knack for building. I know like a little bit of magic here and there, but like, you know, most of what I do is I build shit, and I want to go see these hags so that way I can, you know, help Teddy, right? You want your body, right?
Yep. We met a friend who was a really good crafter of. He had this incredible mount that operated off of soul coin. Maybe we could get one of those for Teddy. Fix Teddy.
You want to put a soul coin in Teddy?
I don't know. That's just what the vehicle ran on. I don't know what Teddy runs on.
He's got it. You're doing great, Teddy. I don't know if he's on or not, but I think I gave him sentience when I put the soul into him. It was a little. It was a glass. It was a glass jar. I didn't know what it was. I was traveling through the glasslands, and I don't know if you've ever
Oh.
been out there. Well, you've been out there. You
No.
already know.
Oh,
because
yeah,
you're from
yes. Oh,
Argentina,
yes.
right? Yeah,
Huh?
yeah. So you know how those kinds are, and so I found the thing, and it was still intact, and I put it in the fucking robot bag because I was like, oh, maybe it'll give him powers or whatever, and it did. Yeah, it did. It gave him powers. We ran across these groups of barbarians, and he fucking slaughtered every one of them in their sleep.
Christ.
Yeah, he saved us, right, Teddy? Seriously, man, I need your fucking help. So, Rabe, you're hearing all of this.
My outlook on life has changed. I don't like that bear anymore now. Rabe has checked his pistol like 4 times to make sure that if he needs to, the safety is off and he is
keeps
ready to
cocking the hammer back, and it's
Yeah,
Farther.
It's not like the full click. It's like the half click, like the
yeah. He's got the Boris Kudashenko pen, and he's like, click, click, all right, click, click, all right.
if I got it, I'll take it out. I'll do it.
Yeah. So like Oslo, just the last thing that he says before we fucking do what we're gonna do. He's like, hey, honestly, I haven't told Laren about Teddy's problem here. So I think if he doesn't know, I don't think he's gonna try to kill him or anything like that. I think if you guys know, you might be in a little bit of danger, but like not much, because I don't know if he's turned on or not. I can't tell. Can you see any fucking beeping lights or anything? I used to have a status indicator light that was like right in his forehead, but he removed it, man. I don't know. I think it's just a way for him to fuck with me. But he hasn't tried to kill me yet. In fact, he's done the opposite. He's just protected me the whole time, man.
Oh wait, no, he's still talking to me.
He's talking to both you guys at this point. Like you're there, and he's talking.
Maybe your friend is a protector and not a other thing. But I mean, maybe he's doing it just to like. If I want to show off to you, I will kill everyone you know. Oh, you are sitting there.
Look, man, I don't know.
I'm not trying to
All
threaten
I'm
you,
saying-
but I'm saying, like, if I wanted to show my power individually, slowly, I would kill everyone that you met just to make it like.
What the fuck kind of psycho? What have I done?
I am saying
Okay,
he
hold
might
on
be
a second.
protecting
You see,
you,
he pulls
but
out
he
another
also
cigarette, and he's like shakily lights it. Like,
yeah.
all right, man. Look, I don't want any trouble. All right, I just need to help my friend be nice.
My friend, I am not threatening you. I am saying he might be doing the power play.
Oh,
And
sorry.
if he catches a whiff that we are even trying to do anything to him, it might not be a power play anymore. It might just be a play. Yeah.
He killed 6 barbarians in their sleep at the same time. Not at the same time, but in one night, man. He's not subtle. But all right, you know what? Hey, let's talk about it later. Let's talk about it later. He's
Okay. This is fine.
He'll
This is fine.
patrol when we get to the nearest bar. When we get back there, and where if Payne has a bar, I don't know, but he's gonna do his patrol. We can talk a little bit more then. Maybe you guys can help me out, huh? Please, I don't think I can do this by myself, man.
They might actually like it.
Yeah, totally. I'll get you a tongue. No problem. I'll build you a tongue.
Yeah.
You'll taste cigarettes and stuff.
Honestly, I don't know why I smoke. I don't even really inhale. It's not.
Did you do it in life?
Yeah,
Before-
yeah, that's what it was.
Yeah.
Right.
It is. I used to pipe, and then I got trapped in
That's when
a
we slowly pull away.
living hell for 100 years. So
Uh,
maybe he jumped in this window,
Fayte.
and then after.
You're riding up front, and Laren is like, do we do this? Do we do like official? Where we sit down, negotiate like prices, or how does this work? I don't Are you gonna like rule? Are you gonna create like more of your kind here? What?
How exactly do you think my kind are created?
You don't. I mean, like eggs, right? You guys are hatched from soft eggs, come in a clutch.
No. We birth just like humans do.
Oh. Oh. Is there more? Well, would you ever consider bringing another one of you and then making more?
Yes, I have attempted before. As elves, we're more infertile than humans are. And as an astral elf, we even more so. My father had twins, and could say that is a 1 in a billion chance for our kind.
Wow. So, I mean, because, like, I don't know, the stories of what elves used to be able to do, um, just with their own innate magical abilities. I mean, if you could do that, you could own this world easily. And I mean, as far as profitability goes for your people, I mean, owning an entire plane of existence, I can only imagine, has got to be like up there, right?
We don't own the astral plane. We share it with many other
Well,
races.
no, I mean, you could own this one.
Own the prime.
Yeah, I mean, it's look around. You've got I've seen a portal to the far realm on top of a hill inside of a tent.
Yes, there are very peculiar things everywhere you look, not just the prime realm.
He pulls out his book. At this point, like the horse is just sort of leading itself, and he's like, no, look, and he flips through a book, and he's like, I have logged everything that I've ever seen and everything that I've ever known. It's kind of like my hobby is I like writing stuff down and
He
documenting.
pulls out his notebook. Yes, I too also document things I see.
Perfect. Well, so over the last 5 years that I've been alive, as I've been traveling this road, I've seen things that I think the prime realm, you could see it as like a hub of various other places. And sometimes it's random, sometimes people bring them here, but you can get to potentially anywhere from here. Imagine, just from a business standpoint, if you owned the hub.
We own the hub.
If you did, you don't, but if you did, I mean,
I do see the profit and the thought process you're going through. That would be a very profitable thing. But the amount of resources spent just to send me down from the astral, you would have to procure a much faster means of travel, as you yourself have seen. They procured someone. I don't know, in fact, if it was. It must be somehow related to my
what's a vehicle?
Well, a vehicle is, you could say, what we use to travel the stars. They're called
Spelljammers.
spelljammers.
Ah, okay. He's writing this down. I see. Would that be?
He's writing down the whole prime realm as a hub.
Right. Yeah.
You connect to every other.
It's like, oh, okay. Well, Have you ever been to Argenti? You travel with an autumn eldrin, so I just assume that maybe your travels have taken you to the autumn eldrin town.
No,
Oh,
I haven't traveled very long with Calamar. We've only been here for
about a
it's
week.
like yeah, we've only been I've only been on this realm for about a week now. Or plane.
Huh. Well, now that probably won't work then. Well, if you ever find yourself in no, well, you might be able to. You have innate magical powers, right?
I so I was never gifted with the weave. I do have, as he kind of holds up his hand, his stars in his eyes kind of look like a shooting star goes past him as in his hand manifests a sacred flame.
Ooh.
I have been touched by the astral stars. Certain abilities have been passed through bloodline.
Right. You're like a cleric. I see.
Cleric. I
A
have
person of
the
faith.
well, originally our our origin bloodline bearer, who was an elf of a prime realm, him and a group he was with did travel to the astral realm, the astral plane, originally in order to become closer to our gods.
Wow. We'll talk. I want to know about that because that means that you guys might actually have knowledge of the gods before they left, which is very scarce now.
The
Because they abandoned us.
the gods left you.
They abandoned us, like almost all of them, or probably all of them. Uh, but men of faith found themselves turning to less than celestial places in order to gain their same not healing, divine properties.
I will
Because they claimed that the gods had left us and that they had forsaken us.
I will say that the grand illusionment of the gods does disappear some once you've been by a dead god.
Well, have you ever encountered a cleric, like a person of faith with healing abilities before?
Yes,
So
there are
those people are
clerics.
exceedingly rare here. Which is a lot of the reason why outside of this place, which has a lot of death and destruction as it is, there's also a lot of death and destruction outside of this place.
I've noticed the death in this place. I assume the outside. I've only been on the outside of it for a day or two.
It's
It didn't seem as bad.
right. Yeah, I only found out about this place probably about a week ago, give or take, on my way up. Because they said to travel to the north to the dead woods, and I thought that they were just describing like dead trees. I didn't know that this place was called the Dead Woods, which is
Yes, I was also told to go to the dead ones.
see, so it's like fate, no pun intended, that we should meet. This is why I'm saying there must be a reason. There must be a greater reason for us to have met.
You young people always look for reasons and signs and fate.
I was given your name months ago by 3 old men and told to deliver you that scroll. I mean, what else could it be?
You got me there. At least for now, I do not know what the thought process was behind this, because I don't know what a extended warranty is.
That's a weird term. Huh. Well, I don't know, but what I do know is that just by giving that to you, I've grown in my abilities already. And I feel more powerful. Which is excellent. As you guys make it up to what you see ahead of you guys as you're on the road has less fog. You guys have been traveling in the directions that Rabe was telling and that Fayte was pointing out, and all of that was for naught. Rabe and Fayte, Calamar, you were a little bit busy trying to figure out about a tongue with that survival check that we did 9 years ago. But you see, as you guys approach, the wall of pain. It is one large wall. How do I put this? Across the front of it, it literally spans maybe 80 feet in length, right? And then it stops. It doesn't actually wrap around the entirety of Pain itself. It looks as though they just built this one section, and then whoever that they wanted to pay for it didn't want to pay for it. And so we have just a section of wall. And on this, you see various bodies being hung from meat hooks that are dead, right? In various forms of decay. Likewise, you see hanging over almost like bird cages hanging off these big curved armatures. And these big, huge bird cages are people still alive who are suffering as they're crying, as you guys are approaching. And you see there are various other forms of one in particular that you see is there is a man who is tied to a post, and he's kind of kneeling, but he's tied with a post to his back. So he is being secured to this post as these dogs are eating at him. And he is screaming. As you get close, you recognize that he's screaming into bouts of joy and ecstasy as he's being eaten by these dogs. And as you go up, you notice that there are what at first looked like lamb or sheep are actually just people, human people on their hands and knees with this packs of it. It looked like matted fur, but as you get closer, it looks like they're literally just being packed with mud. And as you pass by them, you see these little tiny holes in this mud, mountains, with termites that are crawling out of them, surrounding these people. Likewise, they are showing signs of enjoyment as you go through this big, huge, very gothic-looking, spear wrought iron gate kind of pokes out from the top of this, and across the top, literally just looks like haphazardly this nailed together sign that is, easily billboard size, just says, wait, none of you guys speak their language, so you have all of this weird, very sharp, very almost what we would know as Russian, old USSR block letters. There's a
Cyrillic.
backwards R, a backwards K, so on and so forth, right? Yeah, exactly. Across it, there's 4 or 5 different characters, and they're you see Laren Fayte goes, "What the hell is this? Oh my god!" And you see, you guys in the back, as you guys are passing, you're seeing these things that you guys are, Oslo's when you guys said debauchery, I kind of figured a sex party, not
Oh,
what the
no,
fuck is
these
this?
are the extreme cases. Yeah?
Dude, Calamar, make me an insight check.
You can see that he's secretly
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Ooh.
Dude,
Oh.
you like looking back, you swear to God that Teddy's got a smile on his face.
My people, I'm finally found
More
them.
smiley than the
And
like
That's
fucking,
where
like,
we're
weird,
gonna
like,
end
dog
it for
grin.
tonight. As you see what it could be like a cat smile where we just sort of like imprint that, or he could
Yeah.
be smiling. As you see Teddy, the last thing that we see is like the backs of everybody's heads as they look out the back of like this torturous scene. You just see Teddy. Camera zoom in on Teddy and then fade to black. Executive producer Dick Wolf.
I think the Grinch's smile would have been a better